together where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mind joined is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No worlds, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, sharp and clear. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with a suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bed. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the battle is right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'll begin the chaos of foes who have pretend. Strong against the darkness, rising defend. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the dawn. Sensing now of reason with the ball-crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open. Shut it down. So read the command, don't deploy Akkad. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord.
Alright, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Who we got in the building? A shout out to Wicked Dream. How you doing? And we got Avery. That apparently some crazy story is breaking that we have to cover right now. What is good? What is good? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wicked said, are you able to come on Vulcan Soapbox again with us on Monday? Yeah, I don't see why not. Had a good time. Definitely it depends on, like what else is going on and with the chat size and all that stuff. But personally, I had a lot of fun and I'm definitely down. Avery said YouTube actually recommended this debate in the past week. What, the one that we're covering? The throwback? So I think it's in the zeitgeist because that guy Warren Smith, he did a video on this, and I did see the video, but he does like short videos where he takes like a little piece, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that happened. Let's go check that out. So shout out to Warren Smith for letting me know that this was a thing. But yes, we have Asmongold, Destiny, Hasanabi, a.k.a. Jank's nephew, Sargon of Akkad, and Nick Fuentes on with TrainwrecksTV. This was 2019, And it seems like they were essentially discussing, whether the left or right was more violent. Again, I skipped around a little bit, so I don't know exactly how they started, but that kind of vibe. And as Warren was saying, it's very funny that 7 years ago in 2019, remember 2019 was the height of wokeness that was pre-COVID. Like you good, more? The height of wokeness was during COVID, but like that was exacerbated by, a lot of different things going on. But like the height of just regular ass wokeism was right about here. And so they're going to get into that. And I think it's going to be interesting to look back and see, how things have changed. If you saw the Warren Smith video, there's one part where they're like, well, has anybody on the left done anything violent? And it's like, they have now. So let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
I'm going to go ahead and go through it again, ask the question again, go over it for everyone that's new that missed it, that's in the chat, and for you guys, just kind of give you a little recap. So this next topic will be regarding the Christchurch shooting aftermath.
Right.
The tragedy in Christchurch, New Zealand, where 50 people were killed and 50 others injured while attending a mosque, has prompted many media outlets to ask what part online content creators play in the radicalization of terrorist attackers. This debate following the shooters posting an 8chan stating, subscribe to PewDiePie, and referencing many popular internet memes in the manifesto he released prior to the attack. He also stated plainly,
I think if you guys watch the legendary series, I'm pretty sure when Pegasus talks about how Hasan had to turn his chat on emote only because they were spamming hearts, I think this is the manifesto he was reading.
In said manifesto, that he had done these things in order to try and sow dissent between the left and right groups to try and further radicalize others, a point that hasn't stopped the subsequent calls for censorship. Does the panel honestly believe that the shooter was radicalized or directly incited to commit his crime by YouTubers and content creators he followed? And if so, is the appropriate response to deplatform anyone who is considered irresponsibly right-wing?
I think the best place is...
And so, I mean, you can already see the framing is going to be very different in 2019 from today. There's no question that, podcasters, YouTubers, content creators, influencers, all that stuff definitely exacerbate this stuff. But remember, back then, like this was, nobody even really cared that this was going on. And today, this is like, oh shit, super panel. So keep that in mind.
Start here, it'd probably be Nick. I mean, he was part of the Charlottesville, what would you really call that? The get together, the riot, whatever you want to say. And obviously
wasn't even old enough for a beer yet.
You go with Nazi protest.
Okay. You were involved with that. And so how do you feel like this was in any way influenced by that Charlottesville event? And do you feel like this person who did commit the shooting in New Zealand was influenced by these people on YouTube?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll say at the outset that advocacy for violence by people on the right, and particularly the white identitarian or white advocacy, even people adjacent to that, is basically not tolerated. So, for example, if you look at any number of right-wing or white identitarian content creators, you really can't find among them one that is explicitly calling for something like this. Even somebody like Richard Spencer, who I think everybody would say is the leader of the alt-right.
Mm-hmm. If you remember the punch a Nazi meme, that came from Richard Spencer, and like he was just doing an interview. He's like the alt-right guy, and someone just came up and fucking sucker punched him. Everyone's like, "Oh yeah, bitch!" So that's where the meme blew up from. I mean, I would love to see this panel again, but now you're more likely, to get Destiny and Fuentes. That could happen. They talk to each other. Asmon doesn't talk to anybody. I'm not really sure what Sargon has been up to. Hasan doesn't talk to anybody that he can't grab some clout from, and I'm not really that familiar with Trainwrecks, but it's crazy that they're all in the same spot, right? Crazy. Makes you think some of the panels that we're on, who knows? You could have very recently seen me on a panel, and in 5 years, it's gonna be like, oh my God, I can't believe Lutch was on that panel. That was All-Stars. But now, it's just nothing. We all start somewhere, right?
Somebody like Richard Spencer, who I think everybody would say is the leader of the alt-right. and the progenitor of even the term alt-right, as the protege of Paul Gottfried. They created that term. Even he doesn't say that you should go out and commit acts like this. So it's hard for me to say that there's a genesis for that in content creation explicitly. I will say, however, and this isn't whataboutism. I know people are going to say this is whataboutism, but I'll explain myself because it's an important point to make. You had this shooting on a Friday. A few days later, you had a shooting in the Netherlands committed by a Muslim. The day after, you had an Italian migrant from Senegal set a school bus on fire with 50 children inside, and he was protesting these migrant policies that Salvini was implementing. And I don't mean to say that to say everybody does things, and that is partially true. But the important
What? Hey, shout out to Sweet Juice. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Checking out this throwback super panel from 2019. Yeah, right. Oh geez. This is before all of that, and they were, as we'll see, they're reaching for specifics of left-wing violence. And today, it's laughable. It's laughable because you've probably forgotten more examples of left-wing violence than happened between then and now. Crazy. Sweet Tooth said, who would have thought this panel would be the top pound-for-pound debaters online right now? The panel is almost impossible to make now. Yeah, that's what we were saying. And like the people who were watching it, they were like, this wasn't like a big deal at the time. Like it was cool, but it's not like this didn't like break the internet. So you never know who's gonna be next.
Everybody does things, and that is partially true. But the important point to make here is that the natural consequence of multiracialism, the natural consequence of multiculturalism is conflict. And so I see an act like this being carried out as basically inevitable. This is something I've been warning about for years.
And I definitely would have been like, yo, that's crazy for you to say that just because people are a different race or a different ethnicity that they're going to fight. Like, come on, man. Can't we all get along? I was that guy.
A lot of people say that I'm alt-right or a white nationalist. An alt-right white nationalist type of person wants to create an ethno-state. They want to take America and either deport non-white people or segment off their white separatists. They want to segment off a white section, secede, something like that, which is not.
Don't shock your dog, Hasan.
Something I believe in.
And so listen to what Nick just said, that, an ethno-state, you want to get rid of anybody that's not white and Christian. It was only recently this year, that when Nick went on to Crowder's show, that I was like, oh, you don't think that. Because the way the clips that go around, at least, of you, really do make it seem that way. And so even from way back then, he was explicit that that's not what he's about. But then how come those of us, paying attention to the news in general, obviously not watching him specifically, we would have known if we watched him specifically. But in general, we all thought that you just hate sigils. Probably kind of expensive to have all these guys in a panel together. I mean, they all stream their own things anyway. I wouldn't necessarily be expensive. I think they would make a lot of money from it too. I would love to see that. I would love, yeah, right. But I mean, just the donations coming in, they would make bank, bro. Oh my God, they would make so much money.
Separatists, they want to segment off a white section, secede, something like that, which is not something I believe in. I think that we've basically made our bed demographically. Things are going to happen. White people become a minority. But I believe that there are certain consequences from this, which is that you have a lot of different people coming together with a lot of different values, a lot of different cultures, a lot of different beliefs. When they're all living in close proximity and they're fighting for the same resources from government, they're fighting for the same jobs and things like that. When they're, again, right up against each other, sharing the same transportation, sharing the same public facilities and so on, the natural inclination is violence. And you can.
And so the thing that has changed my opinion from that, to be able to agree with Nick here, is that the underlying thing is that it's not just different countries, it's not just different cultures. It's the magnitude of all different cultures don't mix well with all other cultures. Back then, I would be like, "Oh my God, you're so mean. Why do you want to be mean to brown people and blah?" or something like that. And now I understand a lot better. So I would love to see another panel of this. Maybe Piers Morgan and include Andrew Wilson. Hey, that'd be dope. No shade to Sargon, but he's not really as relevant. But slide him in, and And who would we get for Trainwrecks? I don't really know Trainwrecks, so who would be a good analog for him? But yeah, that'd be dope. That'd be dope.
Public facilities and so on, the natural inclination is violence. And you can say that that's a bad thing. I agree. I'm not trying to justify or rationalize. I think violence is always a bad thing. I'm very anti-violence. However, I don't think you can separate the consequence of this multiracialism policy so cleanly. You know, I think you see it, everybody, when they get smashed together, you get this kind of conflict. So sure, you know, you could see that he probably uses some of the same talking points as a lot of YouTubers. YouTubers don't call for mosque shootings, but I think regardless of who you look at, or
they don't. Well, on the left, they do now.
YouTubers don't call for mosque shootings, but I think regardless of who you look at or what content they look at, this is the consequence of a lot of different people, diversity, essentially living together in one country.
Do you think types of YouTubers led him in the direction of doing this? Maybe they didn't necessarily tell him, go shoot up a mosque, but they led him down the ideology that gave him the conclusion to shoot up a mosque.
Hey, a shout out to Avery. Welcome. Thank you so very, very much for the $5 make you holla. And no, I am a man of my word. No ads for you. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
Led him down the ideology that gave him the conclusion to shoot up a mosque.
Well, insofar as he was stating facts about white displacement in white countries, you could say that he got that data, but that data is available from the government. I think who was really culpable for this kind of thing is the censors, is the media, because you want to know the truth. And this is
shout out again to Avery, keeping the whole stream ad free. We're up to 26 out of 250 points for the week, 1 out of 15 donos, and $5 out of 75 for the night. Thank you so very, very much. We got Prince's Source over on Twitch. I wonder if he's going to ask me about viewers or Discord. Let's see. Welcome to the party. We are checking out this 2019 panel of the Online All-Stars.
Culpable for this kind of thing is the censors, is the media, because you want to know the truth. And this is something I've been talking about on my show for a long time. The reason you get violent people.
Oh, you are a real person. Okay. Usually on Twitch, I just get like, hi, you're doing so great. You need to hit me up on Discord to get more views. I think a relatively spiritual person. I was born into the Catholic Church, grew up and was confirmed in the Methodist Church, but then fell away from religion specifically in my early 20s. I studied psychology and philosophy in college, spent a short period as like the militant atheist where I had to tell every Christian, oh, you're so stupid for believing in the spaghetti monster. But then, I got a little bit older and a little bit more mature, and I realized, Christianity, not that I still don't believe in it, but as far as a moral structure, not that bad. And I definitely believe that there's something other than the material stuff of the universe. So I think that's the general thing. If you have any other questions, do you believe in different timelines? I think so. Not affirmatively, but I don't see any reason why that couldn't be. Like, I'm not saying we definitely have different timelines and different realities, but first of all, we wouldn't know. I don't think we would know if that was the case. But it does seem like, like the Mandela effect and stuff like that. It does seem like there has to be some way, if there's like different dimensions. I don't know. I'm very agnostic with that stuff, but I also am very open-minded. So welcome to the party. All right, let's dive back in. Yeah.
Who was really culpable for this kind of thing is the censors, is the media, because you want to know the truth. And this is something I've been talking about on my show for a long time. The reason you get violent people is they say, there's no way for me to fix what I see happening in the country through government or media. I can't talk about it. I'd lose my job. I'd get my social media account shut down. The people in media aren't talking about it. The politicians aren't talking about it.
And this gets exasperated with the idea that the rhetoric that comes from the politicians themselves and the media, it's constantly telling people they're down so bad, they're oppressed, that this is happening, that's happening, and that is why we're seeing so much more violence in general, because people are, exactly as Nick is saying, feeling like there is no other option. Shout out to Lost Boys in the Machine. Welcome to the party. So Asmon is a LARPer. Asmongold is a LARPer to the right-wing community. He's complete, fake, false fraud. Interesting. I'm gonna go with Avery. Yeah, how so? First time I'm hearing this. So I mean, in from my opinion, he seems to be somebody who is genuinely more conservative minded in a lot of places. But he's not like a specifically political guy. But I think you get to a certain point in life, and then you also get to a certain point as a content creator, where if you flirt with politics at all, you're going to be sucked in that direction. And so I definitely don't see him, carrying water for any type of establishment. I mean, he can be definitely on the right. But what about what's the fake and fraud of it all? Hey, we got Melted Mind Media. Welcome. A cock addict or a coke addict? Or both? I don't know. Oh, God. Welcome. Yeah, Lost Voice likes to do that. I don't know. Well, whatever. Coke and cock. Depending on who you are, pretty goddamn crazy mix. We got Nikki Dark Angel. Welcome to the party. Yeah, exactly. He's not right wing. He has opinions that align with what the right wing typically wants, but he's not a political guy in that sense. He talks about culture and he talks about politics, but he's not like reading the news to make sure that the this candidate or that candidate is winning over that one. Like the rest of them, you can make that argument. But I think Asmon would be the least fake person, because I just where is that? What makes you say that? We also got the Zucker. Welcome to the party. Yeah, we were saying what a crazy time. 7 years ago, all these guys just together on a random Tuesday night. I don't know what day it was, but a random night, just having a conversation. And now this literally could be a pay-per-view that people would pay for. Here, bringing it to you for free. Do it. That's my opinion. Asmon is a gooner, lustful degenerate. He doesn't even drink water. Sits in a room. Not even a pig would sleep. He cleaned his room this week. But what's the fake part though? What's the fake part? As you said, he's a complete fake, false fraud. What part of it is fake? So I think those are real fucking roaches, and I think that's real fucking garbage. I don't think he's buying garbage props and putting them around. That seems to be pretty goddamn real. Well, I don't think he LARPs. I have never seen him wear military gear or showing guns, saying he's ready for war. I would say he's the complete opposite of a LARPer. Yep, I agree. Yeah, he got banned. He got banned on Twitch for like a couple days early this year, late last year, and he cleaned up his desk, and then he got banned again, or was I don't know. I don't follow it specifically. Shout out to the Legendary series. I put a link to one of the videos in the Substack. So if you're not following the Legendary series by now, that's on you. But yes, he cleaned his room and he cleaned his desk. So I mean, yeah, he's more of I mean, I don't know if it's, yeah, I'll go with that, because he has a very balanced view in the sense that some of his Warhawk type of ideas where it's like, I don't care, just blow them all up. That's a little like, hey, yo. But it's not because he is making arguments that align with the establishment. He's just like, yeah, they're bad people. Let's blow them the fuck up. That's not the party line. And then on the other side, he's like, just a very working class mentality type of person. I think in the same way that very clearly Donald Trump is not working class, but his mentality lines up with that. I think Asmon's the same way. So he's a centrist, and that's why he's fake? So, okay, let's slow down. Being a fake or a fraud or any of these things means that you are either doing or saying something that doesn't align with who you claim to be or other things that you claim to say. So what is fake about him? That's where I'm curious for right now. Let's just start with that one. Fake in what way?
Account shut down. The people in media aren't talking about it. The politicians aren't talking about it. I cannot affect change within the system through legitimate means. What's the only alternative in that offense? Now, it's not irrational.
Up. Not necessarily lefty, but woke. That is definitely the woke mentality. You're either with us or you're against us. But hey, I don't watch these live streams. Maybe, you know, he maybe Lost Voice has a lot more information than I do, which is why I ask.
Through legitimate means. What's the only alternative in that offense? Now, it's not a rational thing to do. You know, a rational person does not say, I'm going to be a martyr, because obviously not only are the effects the opposite of what you want, but also this is not something that a sane, normal person does, to go up and, you know, shoot up a place of worship. So I think that more than anybody who's culpable is the people saying that, you know, if we're trying to express grievance about what's happening to countries or what's happening with demographics, and that conversation is shut down, people are denied a seat at the table. I think the conclusion then is for certain types of psychopaths in the society is, well, I'll take matters into my own hand. So I think the real...
Speaking of taking things into your own hands. Oh, my goodness. We got our man, the Funk Master General, with the big 10 gifted memberships. My goodness. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Please tell Funkmaster Channel you'd very much appreciate that membership, because of course, as soon as we finish here, we go to a members only chat, and Funkmaster just let you in the members only after party. That is an entrance. Shout out to the Sugar Daddy and the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very much. Oh my goodness. Thank you, and welcome to the party. We are taking a little blast from the past, 2019, with all the big names. Welcome. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
I think the conclusion then is for certain types of psychopaths in the society is, well, I'll take matters into my own hand. So I think the real argument.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I do. Well, let me finish this. So your argument basically is the...
Yeah, but like Asmon specifically, like I don't even want to do any of that shit anymore. Like I said, I want to do what I want to do. I don't want to debate or do anything with anybody. And fair enough. But yeah, I'd love to see it.
You off, but I do. Well, let me finish this. So your argument basically is that this violence is an outcome of these people not feeling like they can achieve any sort of a change or be able to even approach a change on their own terms, and so they resort to violence. Is that basically right? Okay? Well, let's go over to Sargon. Sargon, you have a YouTube channel, and a lot of people call you right wing. Accurate or inaccurate, that's what they say. Do you
shout out? Oh, where is it? Hey. Thank you so very, very much, sir.
A lot of people call you right wing. Accurate or inaccurate, that's what they say. Do you feel like this person was influenced at all by people on YouTube? Maybe not like yourself, but like other people that are on there that are making content that could lead him in this direction?
So Lost Boy said he's fake because he says this and that. There's no such thing as a right-wing centrist and supports moral depravity. And no, I'm not a lefty, brother. I would rather eat dog poo. Fair enough. I think that there is just the centrist meaning, because who said it specifically? What were the exact words? Because if I remember correctly, let me find it here. It was right before you said it. I can't find it. I don't know. But somebody was saying he's that he's a centrist, and you said that's why I think he's fake. And whether or not he actually is a centrist in terms of the left-right paradigm, it's very clear that he has some opinions that are a little bit more liberal and some opinions that are a little bit more conservative. And I think that goes pretty, it's got a pretty wide range. And so he's got some opinions that are way too hawkish and too, authoritarian for me. But he also has some ideas which like, oh, I don't care about that. Just do whatever. I don't care. And so I don't think that people are saying that he doesn't have the opinions. I think we're saying that if you have to nail him down, then he's going to be more in the center because he's got some over here and some over there. And I think that's where we should all want to be, pretty balanced. I mean, it definitely matters what the landscape is, but I guess if you're just talking about him, not taking care of himself. But I don't know. That seems like something way outside of what I care about when we're talking about people who are talking about politics. In 2019, I was saying this is the peak of pre-COVID wokeness. The peak of pre-COVID wokeness. This when was this posted? So this was posted April 2019. April 2019. So that was early. That was before anybody's worried about anything. Crazy. Also, I just hate centrist or moderates because for years those people have done nothing for humanity or society. I would disagree. I think that having not throwing your lot in with one side or the other just because you feel like things need to be done. I would argue that the other side is a little bit more fake, that you're representing, oh, I love the Republicans, but really I just, don't really like the Democrats as much. But hey, fair enough. All right, let's dive back in.
Are on there that are making content that could lead him in this direction?
I think it's a very misleading question to think that any one political direction ends in violence. The problem isn't that communities exist. The problem, I think Nick actually really hit the nail on the head there, is when people feel that they cannot actually get any kind of legitimate redress for their grievances. And I think a really good example of this is actually the YouTube shooter. She was just demonetized. She didn't come from a deeply ideological community. I mean, she might have done, but that wasn't the reason that she did this.
So hopefully when they reference things, they'll give a little bit of detail so we can, because obviously I don't remember all the fucking stories from 2019, but
she went and did it because she just felt she had no rights against YouTube. And it was obviously something that was deeply important to her, the fact that she could make videos. So I think that it's kind of a red herring, because I mean, if it was the alt-right that was just effectively like a jihadi community,
fair enough.
then why aren't we seeing alt-right murders literally every day? Like we do with jihadis, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something that I think is necessarily inherent to any one community, because I mean, literally everyone has their shooters. Every single community. Point to a community, and I'll be able to point you to the shooters that come out of it. I think it's an act of desperation by individuals who just feel they just have nothing else to lose.
And so I think today you would see a bunch of people jumping on that and be like, oh, so you think it's okay to do this, that, when really all he's saying is, I think inside the minds of those people, that is what's going on.
So you guys are in agreement there, basically.
Well, yeah, on this particular analysis, yeah, I think.
All right.
And I mean, again, like to suggest that this is any one person, well, I mean, we know what radicalized the guy. He was very explicit about this in his manifesto, and it wasn't social media. So this is, again, a total red herring.
Wait, why did he do the shootings?
I was going to say that, like, how do you know that it wasn't because of social media? Because then you would have to know where he got the opinions that he espoused in the manifesto that cannot be traced back to social media. So, interesting question. Let's see.
So this is, again, a total red herring.
Wait, why did he do the shootings? You said why.
Because he went to France.
Okay. And then what was his
Do you want me
thing
to read it out for you? I actually have it up on my screen here.
Well, I read it all. I'm just curious what your interpretation is. Sargon.
Let's go ahead.
Well, I mean, my interpretation is his literal.
Let's have.
What's your interpretation?
Let's have Hasan.
Wait, I'm sorry. His mic cut out real quick. Your interpretation, what is literal what?
His literal words.
Okay. What? Why did he
Let's-
do the shooting?
Real quick. Let's have
so,
wait, hold on, real quick. Let's have Hasan and Destiny give us their take, and then we can confer.
Yeah,
or
then
you guys
we'll
can
talk
confer.
about what he
Yeah.
said specifically.
All right, here we go, guys. I've been live for 30 minutes, and we have not heard from Hasan yet. I haven't watched much of this at all, and certainly not his first words. If they are brain-numbingly stupid, then I need a dilly-dilly, because that's exactly what I would expect, and that's the only thing that I would expect.
Go ahead, Destiny. You started
Okay,
off.
Destiny first.
So the question of whether or not like a YouTuber made this particular guy go out and do a shooting is going to be really hard to establish that chain. If you did read this guy's manifesto, this guy was like an extreme like alt-right figure. So for instance, he viewed all Muslims in every country were seen as foreign invaders, and at this point he thought that government was ineffective as a means to actually remove them from the country. So like Nick said, he did feel like he couldn't rely on government to do something, but he wanted to rely on government to literally kick out all Muslims from New Zealand. So he felt that he needed to go to a place and target and kill the most amount of Muslims possible, and he went to a mosque and did it.
Okay, so that's the Christchurch shooting. If you don't remember, that's pretty much what happened. Hey, we got balls in the building. Welcome to the party. Indeed, right? I saw Warren Smith cover this. So I was like, ooh, we need to check that out. So I think I can pull. I think I can pull you guys together a little bit. And where it seems like Lost Voice is kind of just giving an anecdotal, experiential opinion, not a fact-based, this is the truth about everybody. More so, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like Lost is just saying, well, in my experience, this is what I found. Whereas the Avery and Multimedia, you're like, well, that's not the statistics of everybody. Am I close? Lost? Is that what you're trying to say? My country, the Conservative Party, has been doing the most lefty, money-hungry BS. I said shit. Here too.
I don't know what the alternative to that is. If Nick is suggesting that maybe we need ways for these people to address their grievances about Muslims existing in countries.
Yeah, get them out.
I know that he vaguely referred to a couple of I guess attacks by migrants in other countries to show that migrants are bad or something. I am familiar with the one thing that he referenced.
Please let Destiny finish.
Yeah.
I'm so mad at whoever. Well, I mean, I thank you for Almir for reposting this, but bro, F11. There's this giant white bar here. Like personally, I would have gotten rid of the chat as well, but I don't really buy that. But oh my god, it's just pissing me off.
I am familiar with the one, that Italian hijacking, that dude that was going to blow that bus up. The person that actually stopped that from happening was actually a little Egyptian kid that Italy is now granting citizenship to, because that 13-year-old kid actually called his dad on the phone while he was pretending to pray while the guy was collecting funds. I am familiar with that story. I don't know about the rest of them. Maybe they're bullshit. I don't know. But regardless, I mean, I do think that like hateful rhetoric can lead to hateful acts of violence. I mean, that chain is to establish that is very complicated. People maybe listen to a few jokes in one place, start posting on poll in another place, start getting.
Hey, we got Futo in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We are here to rage.
Is very complicated. People maybe listen to a few jokes in one place, start posting on poll in another place, start getting drafted into more extremist groups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of people that are really good gateways for this. I mean, people have written up so many different types of studies for how you can start watching a Joe Rogan video and then go to Jordan Peterson and then wind up with more extremist figures like Nick Fuentes or maybe Lawrence Southern or something like that, and then eventually go down that extremist road. But establishing that chain is a very complicated, very difficult thing to do.
But
I mean, to deny
you
its
think
existence
it's
is also-
possible, though, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, of course.
And also, I think at the beginning of your statement, you did kind of give a little bit of credence to Nick and also Sargon's point that maybe he acted out in this way because he didn't feel like he was able to discuss these issues without being, isolated or, hated for it.
And just because that's the way that person feels, that doesn't justify anything. But it matters in terms of, just running a society to be able to understand what is going on with these people. I mean, it's not like we hadn't seen. Of course, we hadn't seen the level and the level of violence and the frequency of the rhetoric around violence. It wasn't there yet in 2017, but it was definitely ramping up. And I certainly wasn't paying close enough attention to realize it. But the seeds were planted for exactly the shit that we see now. That culminates in multiple assassination attempts on Trump and Charlie Kirk. I mean, that's why this did not age well.
Oh yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean that I
Okay.
think that those views are legitimate or need to be platformed. I think that's
Okay.
I think that's a bad dichotomy, right? If somebody says like, I want to kill all black people, like, well, I'm going to fire you if you say that on Twitter, and then they go out and actually kill black people because they got banned from Twitter, you wouldn't say, well, hold on, like, should we be suppressing this man's views? He felt like he had no way to express them, and now he actually went, well, no. I mean, the idea is we need to not have people have these horrendously anti-immigrant views in society, right?
Mhm.
So views like Fuentes pushes, for instance, where he seems to be anti-immigrant or anti-person of color or whatever, moving into certain countries where he feels like it violates their Western culture or whatever, however he dogwaits.
Yeah, just a lot of straw men here.
Well,
Well, like I said, we need more purity testing. If you don't agree with me on everything, you are clearly a bad person, and we shouldn't platform you.
How dare you?
That sounds pretty woke, bro. That sounds pretty woke to me. Goes boom, please.
Violates their Western culture or whatever, however he dogwaits.
Yeah, just a lot of straw men here.
well, let's go ahead and let's go over to Hasan.
Yeah, Hassan, go ahead.
Okay. So before we get started, I just want to say I want to commend Nick for being a phenomenal orator and sneaking in multiple lines in there. For example, including calling the shooter a martyr and making it seem as though it was a
Nope. See, that's why I explicitly said just because they feel that way doesn't mean that that is a good or an excuse or anything like that. I was right. Hasan cannot open his mouth and say something that is not stupid. Shout out to Lifetime. Welcome to the party. So I came late to the political online community around 2024, so I recognize almost everyone here, but only seen very few of Sargon of Akkad, and I haven't seen the moderator before. So yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat in terms of I wasn't too familiar with Sargon of Akkad, and I don't know where he's been. Of course, we got Nick Fuentes. I also don't really know TrainwrecksTV. I only very recently started following Asmongold, and I'm kind of mad at myself for that because he's funny and he's based. And then, of course, we got the dynamic duo, Destiny and Hasanabi. Welcome to the party. We got our boy Podesta. Welcome to the party. Yep, is he? I don't know. That is the question. And we got Nikki Dark Angel. Welcome. That's crazy that people on the right are willing to have a conversation, but people on the left can't fathom. The whole world doesn't think like them and must be stupid if they don't. Well, that's part of that's not a bug, it's a feature. The propaganda is meant to have these thought-terminating cliches so that when people like that are challenged on their ideas, like, oh, you're racist, you're this, you're that, I'm not engaging, you're hurting me, blah, 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 whatever. That's exactly what they want. Welcome to the party. Imagine Asmongold, Destiny, and Hasan in the same stream these days. Everybody has said the same thing. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. We got equality and deference because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff, it's free. It's easy. It helps out so very, very much. And it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you shared just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it. They will show it to more people. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Everybody's got their name underneath them. Well, you got TrainwrecksTV here. Hasan, Destiny, Asmongold, Sargon of Akkad, and Nicholas J. Fuentes. This is a throwback to 2017, where it was difficult for us to point out specific examples of political violence on the left. Remember those days? Okay, so I wasn't really a big follower of Destiny until more recently, and then I stopped once he was like, "Oh, Corey Caporte should have died," whatever. And I said we'd only bring him back for big things, and I think this counts. Oh, the Locust, yeah, I forgot that was his thing. Word up. Oh, the gambling. You guys heard about the poimarket.com, right? Tell me you heard about poimarket.com. Holy shit. Holy shit. Where are we at? I just said I was big into the MMA and boxing content on YouTube, and then one of the YouTubers I watched got me hooked into politics and started finding it interesting to watch. There you go. Jesse on Fire? Was it Jesse on Fire? Because that is Jesse on Fire too. He is actually the guy that he bought this logo for me to get me started. I was doing something else, and I went to a UFC event with him, and he was like, yo, you got to do something different. I was like, should I be the brown Jesus or should I be the Indian Jesus? He's like, yo, you got to be the Indian Jesus. Hey, shout out to Jesse on Fire. We just had him on here the other day talking about the Candace stuff. But yeah, it's his channel has morphed. It used to be all MMA. I don't know how long you've been following him, but he had Jesse on everything. That was where he talked more about culture and politics. And then it seemed like he's like, all right, fuck it. We'll do it live. All right, welcome to the party, guys. Poly market is indeed fucked. It's so bad. Put a 1 in the chat if you do not know about poi market. Not poly market, poi market. Hey, dilly to you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. So let's fucking party.
Unavoidable and ultimately rational cause that he had to go out and shoot someone. I mean, obviously, there was just no other way. There was simply no other way for the shooter to express his outrage for coexisting with humans that look a little different than them. And maybe, which is
holy straw man.
Insane to me. But beyond that, the problem right now,
and notice, of course, the first sentence we're going to bring up identity politics,
is that these sorts of lone wolf style attacks is considered as, and I might have a hard time saying this word, stochastic terrorism. Okay.
Oh my God. 2019, they were doing this shit. Stochastic terrorism.
Stochastic terrorism is when there is an overwhelming amount of public demonization that leads to a person or a group that goes out and radicalizes through social media or other forms.
Oh, you guys, so I got a 1 in the chat. We'll back that up. But yeah, if you're not familiar, the people from Polymarket set up a different website that was Poi Market, but they capitalized the I, so you couldn't tell the difference between P-O-L-Y and P-O-I-Y. And it was just a separate site that had nothing to do with the prediction markets, where you put money in and then it just disappeared. I mean, I don't know the exact details, but it was fucking bullshit. And I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that Kalshi's got some shit exactly like that. Stay away, guys. It is not, unless you have like one specific thing where you've got some insider information or something, I would stay away from any type of prediction markets like that. If for no other reason, then it's just not secured. Like, they could just take your money. Shout out to Exit Driller. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's where I first saw it with Warren Smith's video. Awesome. Quality said, stochastic terror. Do you mean sarcastic, or are you saying? Because he's saying stochastic. But sarcastic terrorism is when you say Hasan is intelligent. There you go. All right.
An overwhelming amount of public demonization that leads to a person or a group that goes out and radicalizes through social media or other forms and commits an act of terror. There is a reason why there are different restrictions placed upon hate speech or this sort of information being disseminated in other Western democratic nations. And that reason isn't to hide the truth. It's actually to stop the misinformation from flooding. And obviously this has happened over and over again, and it's continuing to grow. And overwhelmingly, it's right-wing nationalism that is a gigantic problem here in the United States and somewhat worldwide as well.
What a boring loser! Shout out to More Pegasus, because I don't ever have to watch a single second of anything that he says unless it's predetermined that I will enjoy it because of how stupid he is. Good Lord.
Well, let's look at how much of a problem that actually is, because Sargon, you said a minute ago that you actually did have the manifesto up there, and you wanted to explain what the shooter's actual intentions were. So if you want to go ahead and expand on that.
Okay, well, before I do, I think being the resident centrist in the room, I think it's important to note that the only reason we're concerned about right-wing nationalism is because of the cultural dominance of the left. Left-wing ideas are platformed everywhere. Radical
Absolute cinema.
left-wing ideas are platformed everywhere. And this is just something, obviously, the
Uh-oh, Destiny's not happy. In 2019, it's not like the left wing had control of popular culture, right?
the two left-wingers here can't own, but it's definitely true. And the reason that the far right, the sort of the counterbalance to the Hasan Pikers of the world aren't being platformed everywhere else is because of this. And it's not because their ideas aren't horrific. They are horrific.
And now, what, 3 of them are in office, or 4 of them are in office. Socialism's coming. Socialism's coming.
But I don't
the
think
radical
since-
left.
Could you
I think-
describe
no,
what my
no,
perspective is that is
Okay.
violent, just as violent as like a Nazi claim?
I mean, it's got to be hard coming from the online space where you say so many things that anybody can clip anything. But yeah, I don't know. Unless you have a very squeaky clean online persona, then things got to be real bad. Things got to be real bad. All right, let's see what Hasan is saying here. Oh no, what happened to my thing? There you go.
horrific. They are horrific.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't
the
think
radical
since-
left.
Could you
I think-
describe
no,
what my
no,
You are the radical left, Destiny.
perspective is that is
Okay.
violent, just as violent as like a Nazi, claiming that race mixing is the same as like genocide?
I don't think
Sorry,
he's saying that.
Yeah, I don't think I said that.
Yeah, so first you'd have to establish who said that and when, what was the context, and just because you don't like it doesn't mean that it's violent.
Well,
No,
I
you
think-
said that left-wing ideas that are extreme are being platformed, right? Whereas the right-wing equivalent of those ideas are not. And there is a major difference between the radical extreme ideas and the radical extreme right-wing ideas. So I'm just
No, in
trying to make
essence,
sure that
they're
you
both
understand that.
genocidal.
But can anyone even define the left and right at this point? No. It's just, are you more authoritarian or are you more for liberty? That's where we're at. I mean, they were paying YouTubers to make fake shorts or TikToks where they would gamble on a fake bet, like Trump will dance on October 8th. YouTuber will bet 300 and win 6%, win at 6% odds. That were not real things. Stay away from the prediction markets, guys. It's, we all love the Wild West aspect of something until you really want that authority. Be like, hey, they took my money. Well, sucks to suck. Bach said, I am no fan of socialism, but they are voting the incumbents out, so I will take it. Okay, I don't hate that. Bach says, the price we pay to drain the swamp is the fear of something new and different. Have to work through that fear. Yes, but it can get way worse than the swamp. And so just because the swamp is really, 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 really bad doesn't mean that we will usher in something worse just to get rid of it. So I agree with you that if we are bringing in something better than the swamp, it will look new and different. But it also will look new and different to bring in socialism and communism. So we got to be able to discern, is it good change or bad change? Quality said, leftists, I want to kill babies. Rightist, I want to kill brown people. Such great choices. There you go. Figuring it out. That's politics in a nutshell. Where are we at? I think you said left is total government, right is zero government, and everything in between is some way left because it has formal governing bodies. Yeah, but then that makes everybody left wing. That don't really work. We got Cuba Ortodoxa. Welcome. So the archaic right used to be more into state intervention in the economy. Now it isn't anymore. Left and right historically, illogically, changes. Well, people are fluid. Welcome to the party. Let's dive right back in.
And the radical extreme right-wing ideas. So I'm just
No, in
trying to
essence,
make sure that
they're
you
both
understand that
genocidal.
if
Well,
someone is talking
that is a
about
good question.
an economic structure, which is what I do quite frequently, like seizing the means of production or redistributing wealth or giving people universal health care. I mean,
Icky.
these are concepts that have been proven and have worked in all of these other countries.
Okay,
talking about them.
It's like I can't.
Nowhere
we
near
can't go down this, right? It's too big a subject. No, because
can I finish? Stop.
No, because what you've said is demonstrably false, right? And it's going to lead us into a massive conversation about Marxism, and it's not really worth getting into that because that'll be
And look where we are. So, Sargon, maybe you were you were correct in that, but that seems to be the conversation that needed to have happened then, because that's the conversation that's going on now.
We're getting into it because I think you're a little out of your depth, and that's precisely.
Well, I know I'm not.
You apply this flat logic, and I'm just trying to make sure
that we can discuss it another time. We can do a stream where we discuss it.
Okay, the problem is Nazis are not the same as like people who are on the left. You know what
all right. Well, I don't think Nazis and communists are not the same thing.
Aren't they though?
Guys, let's calm down. Let's fall back to the original question Hasan had.
Can you give us an example? Hasan asked a question to Sargon. Can you give me an example of extreme left-wing opinions?
Well, yeah, just any.
Like, think about that being a reasonable starting point for a discussion in politics online. Well, left-wing opinions that are crazy, left-wing opinions that are radical. What would that be? I'm not exactly sure what it is that you're talking about in 2019 when you talk about these left-wing radical ideas. Nothing comes to mind. Fast forward. If you don't chop your kid's dick off, you're a bigot. Insane. Shout out to Mystery Man. Welcome. Said you can choose. On the right, you have censorship about Israel. On the left, you have censorship about migration, minorities, and anti-woke stuff. Take your pick. Oh, straight commie. Yep. No, no, he doesn't even claim to be like, no, I'm like, it's like a little bit different, but blah, blah. Yep. Champagne socialism. Indeed. Lost Voice said there's a clear difference with the left. You get communism, moral decay, lustful rot, etc. With the right, you get purity, safety, good quality of life, and a real functional society. Well, a lot of people seem to think these days. I tend to agree, but I think that we're going to get another shift. I think things are going to look very different by the time we are ready to vote for president. Things are going to look very different. Bog said Cenk's nephew is, in fact, a commie and nothing like his uncle. I love and trust Cenk. I really, really dislike Hasan. Don't we all? Cenk denied the Armenian genocide for years. Well, I mean, it's in the name. The Young Turks. All right, yeah. He's a communist with a Gucci bag. Got his product kicks. Gotta have his swag. Champagne socialist. All right, welcome to the party. Let's dive right back in.
Of extreme left-wing opinions.
Well, yeah, just any communist is an extreme left-wing opinion.
Do you think that communist opinions are socially acceptable in the society right now?
No,
not then, but they are now.
They are, but they shouldn't be. I mean, like, for example, in my country today, right,
they're laughing at the fact. They're laughing at the fact that communism is a normal thing. Just wait. Anything that a leftist says is not true. Just wait.
There's censorship for the Nazis and the communists.
Well, no, I think they should both be talked to, actually. But it's
you don't like Asmongold either.
What I mean is, I'll give you an example from my country. We're a bit more left wing than America, but your universities are overrun with this. But so there's a program called BBC Question Time. The BBC is meant to be a neutral, impartial arbiter of discussion, and the panel that they had was 4 left wingers, including a literal communist, and then a kind of being the counterpoint. And that in my country, that goes to show you just the overwhelming left-wing bias.
Wait, hold on. So your counterpoint to the left's version of the New Zealand shooter is a BBC show that nobody cares about that has 4 left wings.
I don't know. The box, that's for you. Did they ever debate that?
Version of
the overwhelming left-wing bias.
Wait, hold on. So your counterpoint to the left's version of the New Zealand shooter is...
I mean, are any of us the same person we were 7 years ago? I would sure hope that you're different than you were in 2019. I'm very different than who I was in 2019. I am very glad that I'm not the same person I was in 2019.
Wait, hold on. So your counterpoint to the left's version of the New Zealand shooter is a BBC show that nobody cares about that has 4 left
Destiny,
wings on it.
No, it's not Destiny. I know that you'd like to think that would be the
We'll
case.
keep going.
Could you talk about examples of left-wing violence that is similar in nature to right-wing violence that we're seeing all around the world? And then once you're done with that, could you point?
So remember that when he says right-wing violence, he means specifically Muslims who now he's all about, I stand with the Houthis 10 toes down. 10 toes down. He's all about that right-wing violence now. But back then, it helped his argument to be against it.
Nature to right-wing violence that we're seeing all around the world. And then once you're done with that, could you point back to Marxist theory that actually...
So the terrorism worldwide, you've got the jihadis, then you've got communists, then you've got other. And it's a massive gap between the jihadis and the communists, and then the communists and other. So, don't give me this, right? Communism is inherently...
What? Is there a...
Did I say that? You said he's not the same person. And I said, I would hope not. That was 7 years ago. Why does that mean that you are completely an entirely different person? Are you saying that the ideas that Asmon is espousing, he no longer has any of them? Slightly different, not entirely different. In 2019, I was not willing to vote for Trump. Is it good or bad that I'm not the same person that I was in 2019? That's my point. Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir.
So, don't give me this, right? Communism is inherently...
Is there like a network of communists?
I realize you don't want to hear, but from the liberal perspective,
no, I do.
communism is inherently violent. And there's no getting around that. I mean, it's in the manifesto.
Wait, what's inherently violent?
Revolutionary.
Oh,
communism.
Communism is inherently violent. Yes.
That's not true.
It's absolutely true, which is why communism is...
No. Okay. I don't want to go back and forth. Look, there's a difference between not being the same and being completely different. You said he's not the same, and I said it's good that he's not the same because we want people to evolve. And then you said, so you're a completely different person than you were? That's not the same thing. Not being the same and being completely different are different things. I am saying it is good that he's not identical. Not being identical doesn't mean you've completely flipped everything about you. Cool? Cool.
We're really gonna...
That's not true.
It's absolutely true, which is why communism has never even been attempted without violence.
Okay. The reason there are many different schools of thought.
There are lots of excuses.
Hold on,
this
real
is
quick.
why I didn't.
Where does capitalism?
You sure about that? I was ready to drop it, but I said he was a completely different person. Let's check the tape. It's not even the same person. So if you meant to say he's a completely different person, fine, cool, okay. I mean, I didn't watch him back then. I don't know. You said he's not the same person, and I said that's good. I don't know where the confusion is.
Hold on,
this
real
is
quick.
why I didn't.
Where does capitalism?
Guys, one at a time. Destiny, go ahead. Destiny.
Let's let Destiny.
Go ahead.
Where does capitalism exist without violence? You're part of your nation is like one of the most imperialist histories of all time. The United States was founded on destroying the entire native population here, and also rampant imperialism. Where does capitalism exist without violence?
Did I say it wasn't?
Well, no, but I mean, if you're trying to point out something,
this is the same type of thing as the debate from the other night that democracy does not work. That doesn't mean your position there could be every form of government doesn't work. You don't need to present a different alternative with that specific prompt. And shout out to Avery and that was Avery on his own hitting that goal, and then of course Funkmaster getting us up to 56 out of 250 points 2 out of 15 donos for the night, and 35 out of 75. Very, very, very much appreciated. Cool. Ex-Dealer said, I don't even know how a communist society is even possible in today's society. Like a classless society would basically be impossible in the modern world when we have rival countries. That's why they don't last. Because they're focused on all the bullshit while there's other shit going around. And we, specifically being America, have more of that on our shoulders than any other country. Excuse me. Nikki said, since this debate, Asmon has buried both his parents. Perhaps the realization of mortality made him consider his views a little bit more closely. Well fucking said.
Where does capitalism exist without violence?
Did I say it wasn't?
Well, no, but I mean, if you're trying to
Then
point
don't
out
bring
something.
it up. Stop missing my point. I've made.
Wait, no, your point is vacuous. If everything is
No, it's
violent.
absolutely not. No, absolutely not. There is. You cannot say.
was the point?
Let me
There is
rephrase.
no
Let's refocus. So the
I don't give him credit for ending a fight that he started.
question was, what are some examples of left-wing violence? Because we have
Yeah,
examples
okay,
of right-wing violence.
communist revolutions. Do you want me to give a list? I mean, I can pull up a Wikipedia list.
Wait, what about? Wait, hold on.
No,
What
no,
about,
no, I'm not interested.
Hold on. So if you have the U.S.
Yeah, shout out to Tyler, average debate enjoyer, and a number of others. They are still all about war. There are people who want it, but it is most people feel, at least by now, that it was a mistake. Excuse me. Andrew Wilson versus David Wood. That shit was funny. I did not. Was that this? God damn it. Where's my watch? What? Was it the one that just dropped? No, that's Matthew J. DiStefano. So we have that one there. And then take a screenshot real quick, because the top video here is what we're covering on Friday, unless something crazy comes up. And I think it's going to get a little hairy. But no, I got to check that one out. Where we at? I mean, he didn't start the war. He started the current conflict. There's a difference between government and the people. The people. Yep, true. Oh, I didn't see that. You have to check that out. What, that one or this one? Because this is more so. Asmon is kind of moderating. Trainwrecks is hosting, and so it's really Sargon and Nick versus Destiny and Hasan. All right, I've been back in.
Do you want me to give a list? I mean, I can pull up a Wikipedia list.
Russia.
Wait, what about? Wait, hold on.
No,
China.
I'm not interested.
Hold on. So if you have the USSR, right? If you have the USSR, for example, the history of the USSR is if that's your point of reference for a violent communist act or whatever, okay, which is not violence done in the name of communism. It's still technically.
Is it not?
What was the debate?
Okay, just listen. If that's your example, okay, sure, I'll concede that. I'm not Stalinist, unlike what you.
Wait, I missed it. What was his example?
A reference for a violent communist act or whatever, okay, which is not violence done in the name of communism. It's still technically.
Is it not?
It's not violence done in the name of communism. It's just that we really, really want communism, and there's people who don't want communism in the way. So yeah, right. That wasn't real communism. We just gotta try it my way. Oh my god.
Just not violence done in the name of communism. It's still technically.
Is it not?
Okay, just listen. If that's your example, okay, sure, I'll concede that. I'm not a Stalinist, unlike what you think. I'm actually not a Marxist-Leninist. I don't believe in the vanguardist perspective. But hold on. Can you? What about what the fucking United States government does every single day?
What about it?
What about the unjustifiable illegal?
It took 19 minutes. 19 minutes for Hasan to go, America bad. America bad. Extra said the Iran war was basically for oil. Trump saw success in Venezuela and thought he could do the same to Iran. However, I think he wants out of the war, but he also doesn't want to lose because of the midterms. Yep. He's put himself in a rock and a hard place, and there was a lot of people who were warning him of that. And well, thank you, Equality. I'll put that up here. I thought you were yelling at me. Equality said, "I don't give him credit for ending a fight that he started. Dilly fucking dilly to me." There you go. And true. Equality said, they were talking about Jesus Christ. Let's show that one. They're talking about how communism is inherently violent. And then Hasan goes, well, capitalism isn't. And as Equality says, capitalism is not government. That's economics.
Stupid.
He's like, well, that's what I talk about, economics. But, that's the same thing.
Stupid.
Melted by Media said, even saying it's not real communism doesn't prove Sargon wrong. The violence was still done in the name of communism. Exactly. Claudia said, communists have been saying that's not real communism almost as long as Christians have been saying those weren't real Christians. Vanguard. That's supposed to say vanguardist, right? I don't fully know what that means. Let's take a little side quest here. What is a vanguard? What is a vanguardist in terms of being a communist? Communist theory, a vanguardist is someone who believes that the working class should be led by a small, highly organized group of dedicated revolutionaries called the Vanguard Party. That sounds really, 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 really similar so far to what Steelborn was putting forth in the democracy debate the other day. The idea primarily comes from Lenin, who argued that workers would not spontaneously develop the revolutionary consciousness needed to overthrow capitalism. Instead, a disciplined party of professional revolutionaries would educate, organize, and lead them. Basic idea is Marx's view: workers would eventually become conscious of their shared interest and overthrow capitalism. Lenin's addition was that left on their own, workers would mostly fight for better wages and conditions, or trade union consciousness, not for a socialist revolution. Therefore, they needed a revolutionary party to guide them. So typically expected to develop the theory, organize workers, lead the revolution, Black Lives Matter, George Soros, all that kind of stuff. Why is it controversial? Supporters argue that revolutions require organization and discipline. True. Without leadership, revolutions are easily defeated. True. A vanguard can help prevent chaos and fragmentation. Critics argue that it concentrates power in a small elite. Yeah, no shit. The party can end up ruling over the working class instead of representing it, like it always does. Historically, vanguard parties in states like the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China often became highly centralized and authoritarian. Ooh, an analogy. You guys know I love my analogies. I see there, Quality. Give me 1 second. Imagine 10,000 workers who all want to change but disagree on strategy. Well, I think that sounds a lot like us here in this chat, in this community. We all want change, but we have a slightly different view of it. So in that case, a non-vanguard socialist might say, let the workers organize themselves democratically and decide together. A vanguardist would say a trained leadership should coordinate the movement because they understand revolutionary theory and can act effectively. So basically, pro-Antifa. That's what I'm getting from that. Shout out to Equality and Deference, because vagina with a $2 make you holla. Thank you. So very, very much said good evening to our good Mr. Johnson. Feeling the love. Thank you. So very, very much. Mystery Man said capitalism is how things worked for a millennia. Communism is one that only exists for 100 years or so, and it is always enforced by tyrannical regimes. What you have in USA is corrupted capitalism.
Bingo.
Yup. I hate communism and capitalism. I believe in distributionism. Okay, tell me more about that. What is distributionism? Capitalism or communism aren't inherently violent. The people who manage those systems are. Disagree. I do think that communism is inherently violent because the human nature doesn't allow for that many people if you're going to do it on a national scale. So let's put it that way. So I'll give you that like within a household, within a very small tribe, there's nothing wrong with communism. But if we're talking about a governmental structure for a nation, then I believe that that's too, the scale is too big for us to ever expect that everybody is going to, in fact, want to have the same thing. And so there's always going to be people who are the revolutionaries and they get shot down. Desta said communism does have a definition, though, and no country has ever been communist. I don't think communism scales to civilization level. Yep. Exactly. Extra said the idea of communism is a classless, stateless, and moneyless society, and that is the final stage. Socialism is the gateway to communism. And it's it's never been good. So Cuba said syndicalism is better than Marxism or Leninism, in my opinion, if I had to pick between far left ideas. Okay, say more on that. Why do you say that? What's better, not good, better about syndicalism? I've not heard that one before. Yup. But as I said, what people call socialism are just social programs that redistribute wealth to help flatten out inequality. That's really got nothing to do with democracies of workplaces. I think it does depend on the specific example that you're talking about, but I'll generally agree with that. All right. Let's dive back in. Thank you again to equality.
United States government does every single day.
What about it?
Did I give him the treat? I think I did, but just in case. Hey, there we go. If that was a freebie, if I forgot, well, my apologies.
What about what the fucking United States government does every single day?
What about it?
What about the unjustifiable illegal wars in Iraq and Afghanistan? What about the fact that we have 7 proxy wars that we're currently engaging in that are incredibly consequences of capitalism murdering people?
Does it make communism less violent?
Yes, it 1000% does, because the only example you can give.
So America bad, that means communism good.
What?
Huh? Say what?
Make communism
Consequences of capitalism murdering people.
Does it make communism less violent?
Yes, it 1000% does, because the only example you can give when we're talking about here and now, the only example you can give is structural violence. The only example you can give against the structural violence that occurs every single day is the USSR, or the communist revolution against
one
the
example. I could pull out dozens of examples, Hasan.
Yeah, and I could pull up 100 times worse shit that the United States has done in an effort to fucking end communism all around the world. We're talking about terrorism right now.
Have any of that socialist ideology?
We're talking about left-wing ideology.
The worst thing that happened to humanity in all of human history.
Okay, that's
okay, listen. I'm gonna step in. I'm
gonna
step in. Let Hasan finish his point. Sargon, you can respond. Then let Destiny and Nick go into it however they like.
All right, Zakiba said syndicalism is more about labor organization and doesn't always believe in this eschatological sequence of events. Is that what I don't know what that means. Eschatological. Eschatological. It seems like 2 words, right? Eschatological and sequence of events that Marxism supposes will happen, like abolition of classes or in internationalism. So it's a little bit softer. Fair enough. Hey, we got glowing dark. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Well, I mean, so the reason Jamestown, the first town, was able to last longer than other colonies that started is because the leader started to make people work for food. Other colonies, where group farms ran by multiple families, not doing so well. It's almost like capitalism is number one. Yeah, right? Butcher's bad, so communism good.
What? Stupid.
What kind of treats does the doggy get? These are top tier. These are top tier freeze-dried beef liver, no additives, no nothing. This is the good shit. Never met a dog that didn't like them. They all do. Yeah, let's do a quick Google. Distributionism. Distributionism is an economic theory developed in the early 20th century. It advocates for the widespread private ownership of productive property rather than its concentration in the hands of a few corporations or the state. I can't say that word. Distributism emerged as a third way alternative to both laissez-faire capitalism and state socialism. Proponents argue that both systems lead to the same result. Most people end up as dependent wage earners, while real power and wealth are concentrated in the hands of elite few. Sounds good on its face, but what's the problem with it? There's always a catch. There's always a catch. We're learning a lot of new words tonight. Is I saying that right? Eschatological means events which will happen in the future. Gotcha. So, Christianity promises a resurrection, salvation. Marxism promises a utopian salvation. Gotcha. All right. Thank you. There we go. It does seem like that, but I mean, what is there an alternative where for this scale of like what we have in America right now, where it doesn't turn into oligarchy? I don't know. It does seem like we're kind of hitting that wall where it's like, whether it's capitalism or communism or this or that or distributism, that the way that things are going, maybe because of the abuse of power, the corruption, the maybe it's just the system itself. I don't know. But it seems like they all fucking go downhill really fucking quickly.
Let Hasan finish his point. Sargon, you can respond. Then let Destiny and Nick go into it however they like.
We're going off into these.
The only example of systemic violence brought about by bringing communism into action is nowhere near as bad as all of the fucking death toll under capitalism. We talk about people dying in famines and whatnot under communist dictatorship. 7 million people every year die.
Okay, how many people died under the Soviet Union?
Come on, man.
Because they don't have access to fucking food. We have an abundance of food, and people are still dying. People are still dying because of famine and other diseases that are born out of famine. That is a consequence of the capitalist structure that we exist under, and yet you never point the finger at that. The issue that I have with this is that we're talking currently about right-wing terror versus left-wing terror, okay?
Wait, did somebody else just fucking say that? Am I crazy? I could have... Did Nick... Okay. Somebody did say, okay, everybody's amazing. All right, okay. Because I thought I heard it, but I'm reading the chat. I thought one of you guys said it. And then it's all over the chat here. And then I just, okay, my brain just farted really hard. Okay.
Because of famine and other diseases that are born out of famine.
Okay. I heard that in the back of my head, but I didn't fucking catch it. And then I saw it in their chat. Sorry. Okay.
Year die because they don't have access to fucking food. We have an abundance of food, and people are still dying. People are still dying because of famine and other diseases that are born.
Nope. Europeans are dying of stupidity. They are dying from stupidity. We've had air conditioning figured out forever. Well, we live in the red brick houses. They don't understand. I've seen 3 videos in the last 2 days about the red brick buildings. I lived in a red brick house. We had air conditioning. Insulation works both ways. If it keeps all the heat in, it's going to keep the same cool in as well.
Stupid.
France and anybody who's not getting dying of heat in Europe is dying of stupidity. French toast. Where's that from? God damn it. Oh, please know where that's from, because that's going to bug me. Coys indeed. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do definitely blame the leaders and the media for propagating this idea that they can't handle a single fucking AC unit. And they're like, oh yeah, 40 version. There you go. Good one. Mother Mimi said, this is like Europeans saying America is so violent, and if you walk on the streets, you will get shot, when more people have died of heat stroke in France than gun violence in America for all of 2025. Stupidity. French fucks have nowhere to put air conditionings outside of their buildings, but you don't need to. Just get a window unit. Do they not have windows? You can make one out of a fucking foam cooler. You get a foam cooler, you put a bunch of ice in it. Then you cut a hole in the top and a hole on the side that is above where the ice is. Then you put a small, like, desk fan on top of the cooler. It will blow air into the cooler and then come out the other side because there's a hole having gone through the fucking... I'm bringing that up. Wait, who... all right. I got you. Just because we're already here. And I love you guys. All right? I think this was Podesta, right? I'm in a good mood, and you guys have been generous.
But you just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
Come on.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
I was close.
Why did you do this to me? For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, let's see my headlocks up. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? Now,
Bruh. Have you been to Florida? I promise you the humidity is worse in Florida.
get your hands over there.
No, we've only got one car.
Ta-ta! And farewell.
So I guess get him in the car.
One cup, look. They've been broken.
Okay. But I just wanted to do this. Yeah, so all of them could do this and
what
not
can
die.
you do with ice, a 5-gallon bucket, plastic piping, and a small fan? According to some YouTube videos, you can make an air conditioner. These do-it-yourself ACs promise cool relief from the summer heat. And they really piqued this guy's interest. He knows a lot about traditional air conditioners. Chris made 2 homemade ACs. The first was made with a 5-gallon plastic bucket, PVC pipe, ice, and a small fan. Then he made a cheaper one with a styrofoam.
They sure as shit don't have any humidity. They have some humidity, but it's not nearly as bad as what you would expect on a normal day on the East Coast. I'm not even talking like Florida. Yeah, it gets bad, but if it's what? Let's see exactly. So it's Jesus Christ, it's 9:30 already, and it's still 89 degrees here. Where is the humidity? It's 87, feels like 97. I don't know. I don't be checking the weather like that. I just need to know what the thing is. Thursday through Saturday are going to be over 100 degrees. And is that it? No. But like, yeah, it's just not a thing. It is not true that Europe is more humid and or hot than America. That's it.
PVC pipe, ice, and a small fan. Then he made a cheaper one with a styrofoam cooler, plastic cups, ice, and the same fan. They're easy enough to assemble, and they're certainly less expensive than buying an air conditioner. But how will they perform in our test chamber? That's a small 12 by 13 room set to 90 degrees. It's fitted with sensors that measure the overall temperature of the room. A computer then records the data. As you can see, this graph shows temperatures are dropping, but they're only dropping by about 2 degrees. In fact, after multiple runs and iterations, our homemade ACs were only able to lower the temperature in our test chamber by about 3 degrees. And the temperature started to rise again in about 30 minutes. In our tests of regular window air conditioners, the best ones can lower the temperature by 15 degrees in 15 minutes, and keep it that way. What about if you sit real close to our homemade AC and just rely on spot cooling? The average temperature pumping out of our pipe or plastic cup was about 15 degrees cooler than the air in our test chamber. That's about 75-degree air. Consumer Reports.
Well, I don't get it. You don't cut up a Yeti. But yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. What was that? Patricia said I got an air conditioner for each bedroom in my house. So also don't need to do that. You just get one, you put it in your bedroom, you blast it from the bedroom, keep all the windows closed and the doors open. So then the rest of the house is going to be slightly less hot. And the bedroom, where you're going to spend your time, or you put it in the living room, whatever the fuck it is, you buy one. You're saying, we don't need air conditioners, but I bought 5 of them.
What?
Huh? Florida, Georgia, yeah. I mean, come on. What are we talking about? And that's why all the fucking professional athletes, they're professional athletes, were dying of it. Not dying, but they were passing out, throwing up. And they're the professionals. We're just schmucks who sit in the air conditioning all day. They're professional athletes who go in the weather that you have, the humidity that you have, out there playing at a professional level. Yet, you come here and, I'm hot. I don't like it. No, it is objectively hotter and or, depending on where you are, more humid in the United States. That's the same thing. I mean, it's going to be a lot more expensive to do that. But one air conditioner, yeah, you don't do that. Everybody in Europe. That's the whole conversation. We're welcome to the conversation. We're talking about how the Europeans are dying because they're literally not willing to put air conditioning. All right, let's dive back in here.
People every year die because they don't have access to fucking food. We have
Equality said Stalin killed over 35 million. Mao was over 50 million. But yeah, that's 70 people died. What did he say? 70,000 people died.
Abundance of food, and people are still dying. People are still dying because of famine and other diseases that are born out of famine. That is a consequence of the capitalist structure that we exist under, and yet you never point the finger at that. The issue that I have with this is that we're talking currently about right-wing terror versus left-wing terror, okay? Right-wing terror versus left-wing terror. There's nothing it's such a dumb rebuttal to be like, give me examples of how this has happened recently.
Left-wing terror groups are the most.
How frustrating is it to look back and they're like, okay, fine, give me an example of left-wing violence. And that's a good move. That's a good move in a 2019 debate. Crazy. Also, I've literally not had to run the AC yet. Global warming is fake and gay on stolen land. Some of y'all letting the meme die, guys. Some of y'all letting the meme die. Wait, where are you from with using the Celsius? What the fuck is 40C? I don't know. I mean, what's human temperature? I'm not water. No, they didn't say they didn't need one. They just didn't design the units to have them. Bro, go on TikTok and search Europeans AC. I am telling you that I've seen multiple people making videos who are just random people. Well, this is why we can't do this, because we have the red brick house. You know what else they use red bricks for? A pizza oven. And then the comments are filled with people saying, yeah, exactly. This is the conversation that we're talking about. Okay. alcohol is 75% or alcohol. I mean, the fucking seltzers I drink are 75% water. Does that mean that they're water?
Of how this has happened recently, like
Quality gotta go. Thank you. You have a good one.
Like,
left-wing
in
terror
fucking-
groups are the
What?
most populous terror groups after jihadis around the world. You've got all sorts of like
How do
Marxist,
you
Leninist
quantify
revolution.
can you just
Sorry?
can you give me
How do
some?
you quantify that?
Okay, well, fine. I'll look it up. Hang on.
Well, okay. I mean, I didn't know if you had enough.
So you might as well. You don't have anything. Like you don't. You just
What, do you
say
want
it.
me to-
Hold on, he's
You
gonna
just
look
say
it up.
things
Please.
without backing it up,
That's
like,
okay.
or not
One-
knowing that it's like an actual like.
Let him
true
look
thing.
it up.
Sorry, what are you asking me there, Hassan?
You said that the left-wing groups are the most populous groups, terrorist groups, after
Yes.
jihadi groups. That's what you said.
Yes.
I thought in the United States, isn't most of the people that were killed last year, or was it 2017? Were
No,
because
that's
of right-wing
a
extremist
EDL
groups?
study. You're gonna trigger Nick, but it's
Oh
100%.
fuck! Is there any Jewish controlled study people that like look into these types of stats that Nick would trust?
Oh Jesus, gotta go with the Jones. But let's just take a little side quest.
Welcome back, guys. So, if you haven't been keeping up with World Cup stuff,
This is roasting. 35 degrees Celsius. I've taken all my pictures outside, and I'm like, I just need to find me some shade, and I just want to experience what it's going to feel like to actually walk into the stadium, to feel the air conditions. Oh, this is glorious. Absolutely.
thing I liked about that system.
Experiencing. I need the red break. So this is why you guys gotta get on TikTok. I'm fucking searching left and right for all this shit. All right, I'm gonna look for one more. Okay, yeah, this is just a bunch of them saying, "Oh my god, this is amazing." But yeah, that is the conversation going on. The red brick homes do not allow them to use air conditioning because it keeps the heat in. That's called insulation.
Fuck. Is there any Jewish controlled study people that like look into these types of stats that Nick would trust? Or?
You know, it's funny. I noticed that me and Sargon are actually trying to make cogent points, and it seems like there's just no shortage of misdirection, disingenuous, sort of smarmy little remarks from you guys. You know,
I'm American, okay? And I'm not a scientist. I have no use for Celsius.
I think Sargon is trying to make the point that, and he said this at the beginning, everybody has their shooters. That was the point. The point was to say that if you look at any political ideology that you could even interpret as moderate, none of them.
Well, then there you go. YouTube sucks because I explicitly just searched for that and the algorithm didn't show it to me. Guess what would happen if we did that on TikTok?
Intrinsically are more violent than any other, or even if that's the case, then it's marginal. Because we could look at something like Islam, for example. Are we to say that the 30,000 terror attacks since 9/11 committed in the name of Islam is because Islam is intrinsically violent? Now, you would probably disagree with that, but you say that to simply observe these massive demographic changes that are happening in Western countries is in and of itself something that is a call to violence. So this sort of argument, which is so derivative about which has killed more, capitalism or communism, I think the point was to say that if you're advocating communism, certainly we can find people that have killed in the name of communism. If you're advocating socialism, we can find people. We can find people who have killed in the name of paganism.
Okay. So the point here is not even about capitalism versus communism yet. We're not even that far. They're just saying, Hasan, the fact that you are saying that people have died in the name of capitalism or under capitalism is a non-starter. It's a non sequitur because you can find that in anything. So we're still even there. So we have to get past that and use something different.
The last 10
Well, yeah.
years.
So the problem
One,
isn't like
you can't, but two, more importantly than that. Sorry, Destiny. I'm gonna. I just need to make one point. One, you can't, and two,
You can,
there are some
actually.
people who have done that. But more importantly than that, the ideology itself is an economic reorganization versus Nazism or fascism is based upon exclusion, and the principle of exclusion is a never.
Wait, what?
itself is an economic reorganization versus Nazism or fascism is based.
Okay, I thought he said capitalism.
Upon exclusion, and the principle of exclusion is a never-ending fucking series of people becoming more and more violent in an effort to push out these people. And the many debates that you had with Destiny outed you for having this sort of perspective.
Well, remember, still defending this shit. That was fucking 7 years ago. He's still defending it.
Again, with the passive aggressive sort of untalking. No, incorrect. Number one, you can point to people who have killed in the name of left-wing ideologies. The Kurds in the Middle East are communists, and they're among the most violent people in the world.
Yeah, they killed
ISIS. No, are you stupid? ISIS is fighting the Kurds. The Kurds are Marxists.
They also fight
ISIS, dumbass.
No, Turkey considers them communist revolutionaries.
What a joke!
Turkey's not killing them
I thought that was their whole thing.
because of communism. Turkey's killing them because they're an ethnic minority that Turkey oppresses severely.
What a joke!
It's a gotcha moment.
The Kurds are
I'm fully
ISIS.
in favor of a fucking. I'm fully in favor of an independent nation state of Kurdistan. Okay, brother. Let me tell you.
I don't even know what you're.
Yeah, right. What is that? What does that even mean?
Saying at this point, you said that
because you have no knowledge over the things you speak of. You just speak in generality.
No, I have no knowledge over the things that you speak of because you're making shit up.
It's quite the opposite. You think that the Kurds are not left-wing and Marxist?
Hey, we got David Gillespie over on Twitch. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. How have you been? Welcome. I said fascism is based on economic exclusion. Yep. I thought he said capitalism was based on it. Would be just like fucking wild, but yeah, still stupid claim, but it's Hasan.
It's quite the opposite. It's quite the opposite. You think that the Kurds are not left-wing and Marxist?
No, of course they are, but the people that are being
violent. Of course they are. See how this is where he gets the confidence to just walk back, or not walk back, but to just say things and then say something completely different. Because he expects that he can get away with it. And I guarantee you they're not going to hold him down to it. Like Nick said, I literally just said that.
That the Kurds are not left-wing and Marxist.
No, of course they are, but the people that are being violent against are either the Turkish military or ISIS terrorists.
Excuse me, they commit terror attacks in Turkey all the time. Read about it. The past few years,
which is a terror cell, which I disagree with, and I don't like.
Okay, but you can't have it always then.
The Kurds are killing ISIS.
Always then. Look at how ridiculous you look. You just admitted that they have terror cells, but I disagree with it.
Because I don't think that an entire ethnic identity is a monolith.
Okay, guys, let's
put a one in the chat if you have checked out the first Substack article. At least one of you had to.
Calm down.
All right, guys.
You and I
have this. I'm not an identitarian.
Guys, let's calm down.
I'm not an identitarian, Hasan says. You sure about that, pal? You sure about that? Schrodinger's Turk.
It was less than
100. Guys, relax. Let's calm down. Asmongold, go ahead.
Less than 100, but you thought I said the Kurds are ISIS. I said they're killing ISIS. You have no understanding of no understanding.
Yeah. You're really mad, dude.
Guys, please stop.
Are we ever going to have the last word here?
Believe me. Squad W does not want to come out here. Yo, Asmongold, please go ahead.
The only thing I was trying to say, right, is that Hasan is saying that because the Kurds, these communist revolutionaries that you're talking about.
Hey, shout out to Colonel Quayle. Welcome to the party. The debate with two pedo helpers for and not for communists. I mean, they're both kind of, in that same vein. But welcome to the party.
That because the Kurds, these
this was 2019
communist revolutionaries that you're talking about that are killing people are killing ISIS. I think that Hasan is saying because they're killing ISIS, they're still acting in a good way. Is that basically?
You shouldn't even need to open Substack. If you put your email in, it'll just send it to your email.
What you're saying, Hasan?
I said the YPG, in an effort to build an autonomous nation state for themselves, is behaving in a way that is morally justifiable, more so than a person who's literally going up and walking into a mosque full of innocent people and murdering them. And the fact that it's this difficult for these two people who were so confident in their perspective to come out with an example that's a little bit better than, the people that are killing ISIS is the same as this guy who fucking went into and shot a mosque. Should lead you to understand how stupid this point is.
Well, I feel like finding examples in each side is like, who's the biggest loser? I mean, everybody ends up losing out, but
no, Hasan on this panel.
The bigger conversation, I think, is that what type of conversations and what type of discussions that are happening now primarily online are potentially leading to more of these people committing these violent acts, and that can happen on both sides.
Yes, I think. Well, I think. Hold on. Okay, so this I have to see this as both sides thing. So I think the general problem is that right now we've seen a radicalization of white people, right, of these very right-leaning identitarian type people happen around the world. That's leading them to commit more terrorist attacks, right? More not only terrorist attacks, but like ethnically motivated terrorist attacks. The problem is that to both sides of that argument, or to do what Nick did,
I think he did say that, right? He said ethnically or ethically.
Terrorist attacks, right? More not only terrorist attacks, but like ethnically motivated terrorist attacks.
Okay, he did say ethnic, not ethically, like ethnic.
The problem is that to both sides of that argument, or to do what Nick did when he said so eloquently earlier that everybody can commit acts of violence, that type of statement is ultimately vacuous and it gets us nowhere, right? If you present a problem,
they were best friends 7 years ago, and then the left is going to eat itself.
And say, hey, here's a specific problem with these people. They go, well, everyone has problems. I mean, you can say it in a nice way, but it doesn't really address any of our issues, right? So when you look at something like right-wing extremism is being platformed in a lot of places online, and people are being led to commit, acts of extremism inspired by right-wing groups, and then say, well, the USSR also had extremist shit, or like the Kurds have communist parties in their countries. Like, I don't know if these are like if it's relevant to the conversation. Right?
He's kind of right. He's kind of right, of course. The seeds that they are appealing to very clearly bloomed into violent events. We can list them off between Tyler Robinson and fucking Thomas Crooks and whoever else. There's so much. There's so much. And even if we're not specifically talking about like assassinations and stuff, just the culture of violence with the Summer of Love and how protests became the new left-wing third spaces. You just go because that's a place. It used to be the bar. You used to go to the bar. You used to go to the club. You used to go to a concert because it was something to do. Now, if you're on the left, the thing to do, the place to go, is the protests, whether you know anything about what's going on or not. And the culture there is that violence against people who don't agree is totally fine, if not encouraged. And so whatever arguments Destiny Hasan put forth, maybe 7 years ago they were relevant, but in the same exact way that Destiny's saying, okay, the Kurds and Stalin, that's not really relevant to what we're talking about today, meaning 2019. In the same way, the whatever right-wing violence that you're appealing to, that's probably going to be, the exact Muslims that you're now supporting, not really relevant. Very clearly, a huge shift in the last decade.
Trying to draw a similarity in terms of the output or anything like that. I was just trying to say that both of them occur, and the types of radicalization and the way that people are radicalized is both happening online, and it's kind of happening in the same way. And so how?
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to be happening on the left. That from what I'm familiar with, I haven't seen like people go out and actually.
How about Steve Scalise?
Regardless of that, regardless of what's happening on the left or the right, you still want to address it in basically the same way. And
right, and Hasan was the one that brought up the stochastic terrorism, which they just mean to be words that lead to political violence. That's the whole platform now.
What direction do you guys think that we should take in terms of preventing more of these situations from occurring? Do you think that there's any sort of responsibility on these?
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that right-wing rhetoric that centers around how other races are inferior or ought to be removed or ostracized.
Who remembers? Way long ago, I don't know if you guys are going to remember this. There was a young dude. His name was Austin Metcalf. He was at a track meet and got stabbed in the heart by a black dude. And the entire black community TM decided that was amazing and a good thing. This did not age well.
From a country, or that treats these people as foreign invaders or as replacing white babies. I think this is like a pretty obvious style of rhetoric that leads people down a path towards wanting to violently remove these people, right? When you've got somebody telling you that foreign people in your land are destroying your culture and outbreeding you and interracial relationships are immoral and wrong, then I think it's pretty obvious that it's going to lead some people towards, enacting acts of violence against these groups of people.
So who's more likely to have an issue with interracial marriages these days? black people. And which way do black people typically vote?
Let's
Okay.
allow-
the same goes for
Can
rich
I get a
people
rebuttal
and
here?
poor
Yes, you
For-
may.
I-
Yes,
I think-
Nick
yeah.
or Sargon, please go ahead and have a rebuttal.
right.
Yeah,
So-
please
Real
shut
quick,
up.
though, Nick. As soon as we
Please,
finish this,
somebody
let's
with some
tie this
sense.
relevant to the original point, which is the manifesto. Go.
And so I would say, being in a time before all these specific modern events happened, it is an uphill battle to argue that the left then was more violent than the right was then, because this was near very close to the Charlottesville thing, the Christchurch shooting. All these things were pretty recent. And now we're just an entirely different world.
Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, sure. So he says it's vacuous to say that everybody has violence and it gets us nowhere. Well, what the claim is that right-wing rhetoric, right-wing political ideology is inherently violent. He says that this talk about so-called inferiority or exclusionary rhetoric, othering, as they call it, is inherently violent. And of course, this is obvious. We can look at a number of other political movements. We're talking about politics. Politics is serious business. Take a look at what's happening in Israel and Palestine. This is a good and relevant example. In Palestine, you have people that are...
Destiny's laughing. This is the entire conversation. Israel, Israel, Israel. 7 years ago.
legitimately protesting what's happening in Israel. You also have terrorists. That's no secret. You look at Hamas, you look at Hezbollah.
That's no secret. Fucking Hasan loves them.
I think there's a legitimate reason for them to be. But there's also militancy going on. There's also terrorism that's happening. They're using those kinds of tactics. Now, would anybody say that to have BDS on your campus, for anybody to talk about Palestinian rights online, is inherently radicalizing the people that are in Palestine right now? Would anybody make that argument? Would anybody make the argument that the Young Turks, by virtue of them talking about communism and socialism, is radicalizing the communist Kurds in Turkey to commit terrorism in Turkey? Or, for example, and you keep saying there's no examples, you can't point to examples. How about the 2017 congressional baseball shooting, when somebody who was writing on Facebook about how Trump is a traitor, Trump has to die, whatever, goes and tries and kills politicians?
That was the best that we had in 2019. That was the best that we had. And yet they were exactly on point. They were exactly on point. They were ahead of it just hadn't happened yet. It just hadn't happened yet.
In Texas, this happened 2 years ago. There was an atheist who shot up a church, and it was no secret the kind of political motivation. So, of course, it's not to
can you
say,
expand on that?
Excuse me. It's not to say that, oh, we can therefore do nothing. We're totally immobilized, and this is a meaningless statement. The point is, what you are trying to do is actually worsen the problem. You're taking this as a pretext to silence your political opponents when violence happens all the time. People have all kinds of ideologies and all kinds of different times and places and everything else. And it's pretty obvious what's going on. People like Ann Coulter, Tucker Carlson, Pat Buchanan, people like that, they're not calling for people to shoot each other in the streets. We're calling for some kind of reconciliation. We've brought in 60 million immigrants in 1965. That's a very big number.
They're going to have an issue. They're going to have an issue with that number. I guarantee you. Wait. Do you have a source on that? Let's see if I'm right. What are you guys saying? Mr. Man said communism has to be enforced by violence because it is not a natural state of being. It is artificial. Yeah, that's why, I mean, at the end of the day, even though, like Bach said, that it's not inherently violent, fine. As an ideology in a vacuum, it's not inherently violent. But as a governmental structure, we have societies that are too big. The communist ideology, whatever, the communism, it doesn't scale up because you're not going to be able to get that many people on board, thus needing the violence. Stalin's even more right-wing than Lenin, of course. Dustin said, fascism is just a problematic word because I'm not convinced anyone agrees on what it means. Welcome to politics. Bach said they were inherently apartheid, not a good start. Who was that? The bag.
In the streets, we're calling for some kind of reconciliation. We've brought in 60 million immigrants in
Let's
1965.
see.
That's a very big number.
Your
Whether you
family
think that's
members
a good
included,
thing,
right?
That's really funny. Whether you think that's a good thing or whether you
Wait,
think
why is that funny? Are you not?
Hassan,
Are you not
let
a
him
ethnic
finish.
minority?
Please let
whether
him
you think
finish,
that's a
yes.
good thing or whether you think that's a bad
No, I
thing,
do think it's a
that
good
is a
thing.
very important.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Hey, we got Jager. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Living it up in Hawaii. I should show you guys my Hawaii tattoo. Did you guys know? Did you guys know that I was on Ink Master, the show on Spike? I was in a human canvas on Ink Master, and I got a Hawaii themed tattoo. I'm trying to think. What should we do to let that out? Because I would have to lower my pants. So we'll see. I don't know. $50. You can choose titties or my tattoo. I'm just kidding. Podesta said it's not communist if it's enforced, so it doesn't really exist and can't really exist. True. Well, my medias. I'm surprised you're not talking about the Supreme Court rulings, Lutch. Why are you surprised that I'm not talking about the news? Which podcast would I be covering? Let's say it again, guys. This is not a news channel. I am not a news reporter, which is why we are talking about something 7 years old, because it is relevant to the ongoing thing about being able to better understand the people that we disagree with and being able to communicate with those people. I am not a news reporter. I don't break news. I don't cover a thing because a thing happened. I don't know much about the specifics. So we could sit here and read it and kind of maybe understand a little bit of it. Or we could wait 3 days until somebody who's a lot smarter than me and a lot better at that puts something out, and then we can cover that. There you go. There you go. Is Avery still here? I just want Avery to see that. Because Avery did the same exact thing with something else. And I need to remind you guys, I am not a news reporter. Shout out to Lecissimo. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Long time no see. Always a pleasure. So there shouldn't be much confusion about fascism. Fascist is an Etruscan symbol for elite families sticking together, and in the 20s, Mussolini named his party after it. Well, now we know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the party. What did I say? I say a lot of shit. I don't know. Well, yeah, that's what this is. That's what this show is. I've never been I've never been the news reporter. I try to cover stuff that's more relevant and more fresh, but that's not what we do. And so I will apologize beforehand if I get frustrated when you ask me to cover something. It's because you're the 7 millionth person who has either asked me to cover that specific thing or something else that is just news. Because we can look it up and be like, okay, the news said that. That's what the news is. There's a lot. Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of news shows. News reviewer, I guess. But I'm more focused on communication and discussion and culture and politics in general than news specifically. All right. I gotta pee. Let's dive back in.
It's really funny. Whether you think that's a good thing or whether you think
why is that funny? Are you not?
Actually, wait, I want to get. Let's get that in full.
Tucker Carlson, and it's pretty obvious what's going on. People like Ann Coulter, Tucker Carlson, Pat Buchanan, People like that, they're not calling for people to shoot each other in the streets. We're calling for some kind of reconciliation. We've brought in 60 million immigrants in 1965. That's a very big number.
Your family members included, right?
That's really funny. Whether you think that's a good thing or whether you think
why is that funny? Are you not? Are you not a ethnic minority?
Whether you think that's a good thing or whether you think that's a bad thing,
I do think it's
that is a very important change that's taking place in the country. And people that are opposed to that, it seems like there's no position that you can have that isn't economic. Basically, the only opposition.
Yeah, pretty much. If there, I mean, that's how you're gonna get news from me is other people debating about it and me breaking down what they say.
You can have to the country being transformed in one generation in that capacity is, well, the quality of life is diminishing economically.
Say more on this box. Like I said, Nick has been so base for so long, it physically hurts me to see what they did to him. Say more, say more.
Not that people cherish their traditions, their customs, their texture of life that existed previously. And nobody's calling, by the way, when they talk about that for terrorism, mosque shootings, whatever. But you're saying that anybody who even addresses that problem is in the same category. It's disingenuous. It's dishonest. You're only exacerbating the problem.
Okay.
I mean, goddamn. Goddamn. And that's, you know, obviously hindsight is 2020. They definitely wouldn't have been able to see everything that was coming, but everything that they're saying absolutely was going on, even if they didn't have specific things to point to. And so this, you can zoom out and think about that in the whole source. No, that life doesn't always appeal to numbers, and the idea that these this rhetoric and this level of propaganda that goes towards violence, political violence specifically, that was bubbling up. And it wasn't hard to see if you were looking for it. I certainly wasn't smart enough to be looking for it, but they clearly are. And fast forward, we've got event after event after event after event after event, 4 different assassination attempts on Trump, right? So, Box said, Nick has been so base for so long, it physically hurts me to see what they did to him. He was one of the first people to be deplatformed. Even at the time, I thought it was icky. He's a well-read, articulated guy. He was so dangerous. Powers that be, mainly mainstream media, just hatchet jobbed him. Yeah. And that's why I think if we look at Tucker and Crowder, they did huge things to rehab his image. And then you compare that to Piers Morgan, and even though he's mainstream media adjacent, and the way that Piers tried to go in on Nick, that didn't work. We've already been through that with the mainstream media. 7 lies. There you go. There you go. Let's hope he doesn't need all of them. Otherwise, he said, I think Nick got bought out by the left. He was so ostracized by the right. He said, fuck it, I'm going for the Dem Bucks. Nah, I don't think so. I think that's an easy thing. Just like, oh, well, he's for the left. But I think he's genuinely somebody who believes that is a smart idea. And he is a little bit naive in the sense that, like, oh, well, if the gripers aren't going to vote for the Republicans, then the Republicans are going to have to come to us. When really, it's not going to matter. But I do think he actually, cares about that. Yeah, Piers didn't quite get what was going on. I still respect Piers for the most part. Same, but boomers are gonna boomer. Cuba said, I understand why Nick calls himself a Democrat now, as sarcastic as it seems to be, because the GOP deserves to roast and fire. Well, that's the thing. He's not really being sarcastic. He is saying that we need to punish the Republican Party by voting for the Democrats in the midterms so that by the time we get to 28, they are willing to listen to us, whoever he thinks us is. And it just doesn't, like, you got a lot of sway, Nick, but you ain't that big. If a Tucker Carlson was saying that, maybe. But you're just not going to get the Groyper vote then. Extra Joe said, Nick Fuentes is so smart, the way he can just recall facts instantly, and the vast knowledge he has in politics is insane. And let's not forget, he's only 20 years old here. Wasn't even old enough to drink. Just said he said to vote for the Dems, but he thinks if the Dems get in, there'll be a backlash that's even more pro-deportation. Right. And I I don't agree, but I do think he is serious about that. Yeah, I agree. Box, I think he's serious about that. But in the end, it makes him an accelerationist. He wants to see it fall apart faster. Not really the best moral grounding. It's kind of petty.
Bingo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well said. Well said. All right. Maggie.
Category. It's disingenuous. It's dishonest. You're only exacerbating the problem.
Okay. Thank you for the filibuster, Nick. The difference,
Okay,
the main
man.
difference
Well,
that
again,
we
with the
mentioned.
passive aggressive. You're such
The main difference that we
honestly.
mentioned time and time again that you just conveniently hop over is that the idea of saying people should get universal health care is not actually going to push someone to go out and shoot Stephen Scalise, okay? However, Stephen Scalise's own personal perspective, for example, like aligning himself with the KKK and saying that he's the David Duke without the baggage, that sort of perspective has historically led to many violent things, and it continues to this day. That perspective is actually damaging and violent versus...
But bro, this is the same point that we've already circled, that yes, there are people in any movement that are going to be willing to be violent. That doesn't make communism not inherently violent as a governmental structure.
Saying stuff like, we should get free college education and free healthcare. And if you can't distinguish between the two, I don't know what to tell you. Why are we even having a conversation?
Well, I think that what you're saying, Hasan, at its core is actually very true. And the conversation isn't necessarily about, like, should people be able to talk about political issues? Is it where do you draw the line? And do you draw the line?
Can I address
Go
something?
ahead. Go ahead.
That was unbelievable, son. Right? You're talking about seizing the means of production. You're not talking about healthcare. You're talking about seizing the means of production. And that alone has caused more deaths than anything else.
But he's
again, we can equality quotes 35 million for Stalin and 50 million for Mao.
It's not a revolutionary. He's not saying to do it violently. He's saying
I
to do
don't
it
care what
does it mean to seize?
What I'm
Can you
saying
peacefully seize something?
Yes, because currently they're being... Currently,
we're going to peacefully seize the means of production. Honestly, I think he's right, but the damage has been done at that point. It's really cool when everyone grabs a bucket to get the water out the ship, but we should have docked and fixed these holes years ago. Yep. And I think that's another aspect of... Excuse me, Jesus Christ. I think that's another aspect of him just being slightly younger, and it's almost like... I'm not saying he thinks this, but it's like you operate on... Politics started when you started paying attention. And so even if he was, even if it was 9 years old when he started paying attention, that was still Obama. And so all he's ever experienced was Obama and Trump, essentially, because Biden was 2.0. And it's I don't know how to put my finger on it. Maybe some of you who are a little bit older can say the same thing about me. Because I wasn't paying attention to this shit. And so I mean I would say the same thing about you, brother. There's just not in the same way I'm saying it about me. That I just don't have an experience of what political discussions were like under Bush or under Clinton. I was alive. I was there. But I wasn't paying I missed that. So I don't know. And in the same way, he doesn't have, neither of you have an understanding of what the world is pre-Obama, which completely shifted the entire political landscape, which then was completely flipped again by Trump. You're scary. Yeah, me neither. I've always cared about like the culture, the issues, but the actual like policy and politicians and is this guy over that guy? Did you vote for this bill? That was never my strong suit. It was always about what do actual people really care about. People talk about being a culture warrior as a negative thing, and I get it. Like I'm not well read on a lot of things in politics. Sorry. But the things that I care about are the groundwork for anybody to learn or just be aware to begin with. Extra Joe said, I can imagine a scenario where Nick Fuentes wanted to vote for Dems in 2028, and then the Democrats will make a woman run for campaign, and he's like, nah, fuck that. That would be funny. That'd be funny. But I said, I was around when Bush was doing the Iraq War. We thought Bush was a moron by the way he spoke. But I wasn't that into politics. Yeah, and I'm now I've heard a number of people say things along the lines like, yeah, that was the character. That That was the character. Like, I'm not saying he's a fucking genius, but I don't know. I don't know. If I had been paying attention, maybe I could give you a stronger opinion on it. But even though I was alive, I didn't know. Well, for me, I was only alive for one Bush and one Iraq war. Cuba said, real communism necessitates the bourgeois lifestyle. Look at Marx and Engels. Only two bourgeois twats could come together to come up with communism. Fair. All right. That Maggie.
What I'm
Did
saying
you peacefully seize something?
Yes, because currently your surplus value from your labor is being extracted,
I don't care
and
about
the
your
profits are actually being pocketed by people that you have no control over.
I don't care about your justification because
no, it's not a justification. I'm trying to describe the concept to you. This is like saying democratic socialism.
I'm trying to explain to you. So communism is this thing where we seize the means of production. Like, yeah, I get that. Did somebody ask that? I feel like somebody said, what does it even mean? Yeah, but what does it even seize the means of production even look like? How do you seize Apple or Microsoft? With guns. With guns. You go in and say, we will shoot you, or we own Apple and Microsoft now. That's how. And so again, the idea that, oh, well, if people agree to it, there's just not enough agreement at the level of the entire nation. That's not going to work. That's why some form of democracy, like a republic, constitutional republic, is better.
This is like saying social democracies in Norway, right? This is like saying social democracies in Norway, or even your country, where the health, that has a healthcare program that you enjoy, is was brought about ultimately.
I saw the proposal, but I didn't see the rest of it.
And is moving towards ultimately like a violent end. It's insane.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that because they were not socialist. These are not social.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, Cuba. Is that, do you think that who the fuck what's his face? Not Steve Jobs, fucking Tim Cook, and I don't even know who's at the head of Microsoft. But do you think that they would willingly just give up their companies? Maybe there's a buyout. Okay, fine. Then there's a certain class that gets bought out and we don't need. But what about the mom and pop shops that are like, doing well, but like they're not big companies, but they're legitimate. Like a startup that is done well. Does somebody have a good example of that? Like I don't know. Like somebody has one of these people has a coffee brand or something like that, where it's a company, it's a corporation, but it's not Apple or Microsoft. And so it then becomes, okay, well, we'll give you $5,000 or we'll shoot you. That's how you seize the means of production, which is why Nick fucking laughed when Hasan was just like, oh, well, it'll be nice. It'll be nice. Saying seeing that woman on the Empire State Building today is for sure. But you don't fucking know that. You don't fucking know shit about Jack. You don't know shit about Jack. Let's see. Said communism was coined in 1779 by a Native American from the French territory and then popularized by Nicholas Restif. Interesting. All right, let's dive back in here, guys. Don't forget about Morty, man. He's getting hungry.
It's insane.
I didn't say that because
Funkmaster came in heavy and you're like, oh, okay. Fuck Morty then.
They were not socialist. These are not socialist countries.
You want a movie night? We gotta earn it.
They're social democracies with higher levels of socialization and a robust robust
protections for private property. You want the end of private property. That's going to have to be done with violence. There is no question of it.
Well,
you are not different to the Nazis in this regard.
I would like Hasan to directly respond to that.
God, you need to own it, Hasan. That's your moral thing.
The difference is the extraction of private property was ultimately a violent one. And I think that we can evolve beyond it. However, and
we've evolved beyond it. We're just better people now.
Countries have, including Norway, where they have nationalized their extraction industries. So obviously there are examples, right? There are examples of nations that are closer to you than they are to fucking me, where they've been able to do this through a democratic process by educating the populace.
I'm down with that because she could fall.
And then voting on these sorts of things. So obviously you're incorrect.
Ending private property is not their goal.
It's the same as nationalization. Building
Ending
public
private
infrastructure
property
and
is
building
not their
public
goal,
housing,
Hassan.
and getting to a point, which is my perspective, getting to a point where it is no longer necessary to have private property. One can still maintain personal property. I'm sure it's a distinction that you're unfamiliar with.
Well, even if we take this, then the even in the loosest term, this goes back to what Box was saying, that communism isn't inherently bad. It's just inherently not practical for a government.
Is
well
drastically
familiar
different than
with what
saying
you think this
I
is.
want to make sure that everyone that doesn't look like me is yeeted off the fucking border wall.
That's
and I don't give a fuck.
that's your bigotry. That's just your bigotry versus theirs.
Got him. Got him.
Wait a second. Wait, do you not know the distinction between private and personal property?
I'm well aware, thank you, Destiny, but that's not the question.
They're so condescending.
All right, just making sure.
Wait, do you know the difference between the sky and the floor?
Okay.
I like to point out in all of this, I like how we just skipped over the idea.
Your bigotry is against the rich, Hassan, and you want to see them suffer. His bigotry might well be against.
Has any person ever become rich in isolation, or has
Who cares? Who cares? You have a bigotry.
But it's justified by my bigotry.
No. Okay. And then the implication when Hassan says anyone done it on their own, the implication is that you're oppressing other people to get your money. But there's this thing called fair trade.
Is justified,
Yeah,
Sargon.
exactly.
I have a really good rationale.
It's not bigotry.
It is bigotry.
Tell me
It's
how a wealthy
open
person
bigotry.
has. Give me one example of a billionaire who has become a billionaire without exploiting labor.
But I'm justifying it. But I'm justifying the violence and the bigotry.
You assume that the rich people have no moral standards at all.
I gave you an example of
That was your
non-violent
assumption
ways.
with this.
I gave you an example of non-violent nationalization that has happened in multiple places, including in the country that you live in. I gave you examples of why this is not bigotry. But if you're too stupid to think that Nazis and socialists are the same, then I don't know what to tell you.
The methods are the same. You can't reach your goal without becoming a fascist.
Oh,
that's
Jesus.
why every socialist regime ends up looking a lot like a.
Dude, it wasn't.
Got him.
Socialist regimes have nothing to do with socialism, and fascism and socialism are like two diametrically opposed ideas.
Not really.
One is built upon the principle of inclusion. One is built upon the principles of exclusion. Okay, one is inherently
Yours
violent.
is also built upon the principle of excluding rich people. You fucking half-wit.
Yep.
Why
Explain
do
to
Yeah, you don't get. I'll come back to this. You don't get rich people because you didn't earn it, so you oppress. So we take your money. That's still oppression. Duh. You said, Jesus, Plato, theistic religion in general, provides the justification for things like socialism without specifying economic theory. Agreed.
Me how a wealthy person becomes wealthy without. Explain to me how a wealthy person becomes wealthy.
It doesn't matter how they become this. That's still the fundamental
Fuck do you mean
crux
it
of
doesn't
your
matter?
ideology.
The point is that they become wealthy off of people not like yourself, because you are a YouTube.
Right over his head. Right over his head. You are willing to oppress rich people to make your to make the world that you want. That's a statement of fact. Now, you could argue that oppression is better than oppressing a different group of people. But oppression is oppression.
Creator, but they become wealthy off of exploiting the labor of people overseas or even people in your country.
Put a 1 in the chat if I have exploited you in any way. The argument can be made that you motherfuckers exploit me. Oh, I just wanted this a little side quest. It's just 1 minute.
Who did Mark Zuckerberg exploit?
Virtually every single employee that he's ever hired.
Bullshit.
Profit is theft, Sargon. That's the difference.
Profit is theft. Oh, my lord. Profit is theft. So if I sit here and I whittle this dog bone, if I whittle this down into a shank, and you have a need for a shank, and you don't know how to make a shank, and I have the shank, and you give me money for that, more money than the bone originally cost, then that means I've committed theft against you.
Who did Mark Zuckerberg exploit?
I mean, I would say us, but that's not really relevant to this.
Virtually every single employee that he's ever hired.
Bullshit.
Profit is theft, Sargon. That's the difference. This is an economic difference.
Nick liked that one. I think Destiny knew. I think Destiny was like, "Oh God, Hasan, come on, man."
What you fail to understand is looking at our current, looking at our remuneration processes right now, and saying that we should have a different perspective on it is not the same as looking at different.
Okay, so if I take this and I whittle it into the shank that you need, and I don't know anybody, so I hire somebody who is good with selling shanks, and then I take the profit from that, then I'm stealing, according to Hasan. There's no way that you can square that circle. He is retarded. Profit is not theft, or at least not inherently.
And saying that we should have a different perspective on it is not the same as looking at different ethnic backgrounds and saying, well, their skull measurements are off, so they need to go.
It's a different bigotry, Hasan. I agree.
No, it's not a different. No,
it's like arguing with like a middle schooler who just read Marx.
No, you just can't seem to accept that you actually do have bigotries, prejudices. You have,
wait, hold on. Do we all? Does anybody here think we all realize that some violence can be
justified? They have prejudices too, and theirs are ideological. You just take exception to theirs.
Wait, hold on. This is the most big brain.
Everybody's evil and bad, but the people that I like are evil and bad in a way that's okay because I like them.
Point I've ever heard in my life. Okay, first of all, everyone in here knows that like some violence can be justified, right? We all agree with this, right?
I don't know, Destiny. What are you talking about, big guy?
Well, you, Nick, you were literally laughing, saying, "Here you are justifying violence." Yeah, of course. People justify violence all the fucking time.
Yeah, sure. But
you're talking about the same kind of violence that we're talking about with New Zealand. You're talking about political violence.
First, okay, this is a deeper. No.
And so maybe back then, either he wasn't as radicalized or he was hiding it. But no, he completely is in favor of political violence like that, as he has said in his own words.
No, these are much different types of conversations, right? If you want to have a conversation about whether or not the government should, I mean, they are, Nick, you're not.
Ain't gonna happen. They all hate each other, and Asmon doesn't care about collabing with anybody. I mean, Destiny and Fuentes will collab sometimes, but this is a relic of the past, my friends. You catch it now, or it's gone forever.
At this time, as much as I hate to admit it, I know that you understand.
I love these tactics. I love these.
It's not a tactic, but I know that you understand there's a distinction here. Trying to kill people of a certain racial group.
I know you're really not that dumb, or blah blah blah.
I know, Nick. The justifications that somebody would use, okay, to attack a group of people based on their race is going to be a lot different than the justification somebody would use to enact violence on groups of people for economic reasons or for reasons that they perceive as being
violence.
Everybody has justification. We have justifications to target groups right now, of course. Sargon, do you think we have justification? Do you think we should kill terrorists? Yes.
Yes.
Wow, you're justifying violence. Like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
I thought we all agreed on that when you started saying all of this. Guys, I'm gonna DM Funkmaster. I'm gonna be like, yo, they're all dependent on you, so no more donations for the whole week because you don't come through to the movie night anyway. So I'll put it on you guys.
Yeah, of course. Are you a bigot then?
Yes, against terrorists.
No, that's not what.
Got him. He's bigoted against terrorists. I said, shit, me too. He said Destiny has a Cuban mom and totally ignored everything she told him and came out retarded and degenerate. Yup. Nick said real communism isn't scalable because the theory denies human nature. Indeed. That's his point. There are all justifications for violence. You just need to work out if the justification is valid. Well, how do we decide whether it's valid or not? To them, it's do I like it or not? Is it icky or not? That's it.
I honestly have an open bigotry against people who enact violence.
I don't know. I think there's a big difference between being a bigot against somebody because of like what they believe or what they're voluntarily doing versus who they are. Like,
okay, but a rich person is that thing.
Yeah, well, the deeper part of this. The point. I don't want Fuentes to try to do.
Here we go.
The philosophical argument, and I don't want to fucking defend this because I'm not a goddamn communist, okay? But the philosophical argument would be that capitalists exist in a state of perpetual violence, okay? And that the reason why people think that you need to upend that part of society is because they are perpetually enacting violence on a group of people. So of course,
so then we just get communism and everything is just perfect, and we have utopia.
you have a right to return that with violence in kind. Much the same way that if somebody was walking into your house, oh my God.
Say then,
Guys,
what if we could say then that Muslim immigrants are perpetually enacting violence against the native population?
Sure,
and
that's an argument.
In committing
Yeah,
political
we could have that
It's the
argument.
same
That's fine.
thing.
That's an argument that you can have. If you want to have that argument, that's fine. So a communist
That's why we're never going to see this again.
would argue that a rich capitalist is perpetually enacting violence against society by extracting plus value from that society, sure. And an alt-righter would argue that every single immigrant that's a Muslim would also be enacting violence on that culture just by purpose of existing there, by virtue of existing there. If you want to take on that argument,
If they're here illegally, yes. No. If they're here illegally, it's not about whether they're Muslim. It's about whether they actually follow Islam. Islam is different than Christianity, where you can kind of, what is Andrew Wilson called the sewing circle Christians, where they kind of believe in the thing and they follow it. Islam doesn't work like that. You're either in or you're out. Anybody that you personally know that is a Muslim, would the Islamic State would happily kill them as apostates.
can do it. I've got a small inkling that a person arguing in favor of communism, even though I disagree with them, is going to have better arguments for their economic system and justifying violence against capitalists than somebody that says they want to kill people that are brown. That's just a guess.
Everybody should be sent.
Read again, Podesta.
Then everybody should be censored because there is an argument to be made, because every argument can intrinsically lead to violence in some form that is illegitimate or against the state. Then nobody should be able to voice any controversial opinion at all.
Except that's not true, because I just said there are forms.
That's more Hassan, but fair.
There are forms of violence.
That's all that is acceptable.
Except there are forms of violence we agree are okay, are ethical, right? There are forms of violence that as societies we believe are ethically justified. That's why we nuked Japan.
Okay, so now bring that into how you're going to bring about communism with a valid form of violence.
Against criminals or terrorists or enemies of
not against criminals, against enemies of the state, against people that
what you're talking about is entirely different. You're saying that anybody who talks about, for example, demographic change is somebody who their hateful rhetoric can lead to hateful actions. Well, by the same principle, all things equal, somebody talking about how the capitalist class is perpetuating violence against people and stealing the product of their labor, somebody who takes it through to their logical conclusion will say, well, clearly the government is going to seize the means of production.
You can't. You can't. You ask, how can we even trust Democrat, Republican, MAGA, Democratic, Socialist, any politicians running under this is just sus, not even just because of the doctrine, but I doubt any from there has real solutions. That's the government. Unfortunately, that's the government.
I'm going to go and do it myself. And so that's
if you're advocating for revolutionary reform of the United States, then sure, I don't necessarily disagree with
we're not advocating for revolutionary removal of people.
When you make videos, if you're somebody like Lawrence, if you're making videos talking about how Western society is being destroyed, that the white man is going extinct, that we're being outbred and forced to take on this multicultural cuck culture by Jews that are trying to outbreed and destroy white people, how can you not?
I mean, Nikki said, Islamists understand what secular Westerners refuse. A world with diametrically opposed societies in contact with one another will never know peace, and they want to be winners. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to me. Maybe I think I have a little bit more of a unique mental path through this, because I came from being very anti-religion in general. And then as I got older and more mature, I realized, like, okay, all religions and all dogmas are not the same. And while I don't agree with the Christian doctrine, I don't believe the claims made, there's nothing in Christianity that wants to kill me because of that. Islam does. But like I said, we've been knowing. So some of you Christians that think, oh, they're just Abrahamic, we got your back. Don't worry. When the Islamists come, they're gonna come horde. We got you.
I think that's going to lead to some people. Well, fuck, maybe we should fucking kill these people.
People talking about how our elected representatives are in bed with KK and and they're hurting black people and they're stealing the product of their labor. How could you not believe that the only conclusion is to take up arms? The difference is maybe that left-wing people are just pussies who don't follow through to their logical conclusions. Hassan wants to talk about.
Yeah, it's like, what? When we get a communist utopia, what are you going to do with your farm? What do you mean, your farm?
people stealing the product of their labor. I'm this tough communist. I love communism and everything. But he doesn't actually want to do anything about it. He doesn't actually even believe that.
But that's cool. Wait, no, if that's actually argument, if that's your argument, then you just made the argument for us. If that's going to be your argument, if that's going to be your argument, then you just made the argument for it. Left wing people are pussy, so I don't really care about hateful rhetoric on the left. If right,
then why don't we see a level of violence, at least in America, where it is overwhelmingly Christian among the religious people? And again, like a regular Muslim who's not an Islamist or a jihadist is also going to pray 5 times a day. This is why we talk about Islam, not Muslims, because that's also self-ID in the same way that, with the trans shit, you just are a woman because you say you're a woman. Religion works the same way from the outside. I don't know what's in your mind and in your heart. If you're a Christian and you say you're a Christian, that's all I have to go on. And so if you believe something that says all atheists must die, all non-Muslims must die, all Muslims who aren't living up to what they are supposed to must die, I mean, no. No, thank you. Oh, goodness. You said Christian-Jewish violence kind of historical, cultural trends, but Islam encodes it uniquely. Right. And, I mean, yeah, if we were talking, however many hundreds of years ago, then I would not be talking about how Christianity is what I think it is. And I would still be very much opposed to it. But it got better. And it's not Islam. And people are going to believe in some bullshit. And so until I figure out how to get you guys off that drug, the opium of the masses, which may take my entire life and more, until then, Christianity is the best we got. It sucks. It's not true, but it kind of works.
Listen, if that's going to be your argument, then you just made the argument for it. Left-wing people are pussy, so I don't really care about hateful rhetoric on the left. If right-wing people are going to go and actually fucking kill people, then that's the rhetoric I want to stop. Thank you.
Oops! But we fast forward 7 years, and it's actually the leftists that are killing people.
Thank you for agreeing with me, Nick.
Thank you for making our argument for us, Nicholas Fuentes.
The thing that you're missing there is that
you think you won that one. That's hilarious to me.
There are plenty of left-wingers who have done lots of violence, especially in the past when left-wing ideas were less dominant.
Oh, okay.
And Sargon, there's going to be way more in the future. You are a year away from the summer of love. You are a year away when you are speaking in this panel from the craziest streak of political violence, arguably, that the country's ever seen. Yeah, left-wing ideas. They're all about peace and love, man.
Yeah, you know what came out? You know what came about as a consequence of left-wing violence?
I don't care. I don't care.
Weekend, you dumb motherfucker. This is the difference. When right-wing violence gets to a fascist perspective, you have the Holocaust. When left-wing violence, especially like it did happen in America,
you have a lot of them. I know.
You build trade unions and you have the weekend. Tell me which was a better.
This is why I want Trump out of politics. This is why I want Trump out of politics. Even if he was doing a great job on all fronts, I still would be happy that we are moving towards politics sans Trump. If there ever was a situation where we would say that is toxic, he is toxic. You can't, these people's brains explode. They hear his name, and we can't do anything with that. We need to get to a place where that is not the starting point.
More genocides than the fascists ever accomplished this.
Please explain to me which one is a more desirable outcome that you enjoy every single day.
No genocide is more desirable. Let's do something that doesn't result in a genocide.
David said, you aren't going to give up your drug, so why should Christians give up their drug that also outlines the best frameworks for society? Because my drug has nothing to do with how other people act. If smoking weed meant that you had to also smoke weed, then it would be totally fair, despite how much I like weed, for you to want to get rid of weed. But that's not how that works.
You genocide terrorists, though, Sargon, by using your definition.
Yeah,
Wow, I don't think terrorists are an ethnic group.
Well, I mean, you said you could be bigoted against terrorists, right? So can't you genocide them as well?
They're not an ethnic group.
Okay.
So gotcha. But anyway,
Well, not really, because genocide. I mean, genocide doesn't even have to be against an ethnic group. It could be national, racist, fucking religious.
Okay.
Wait, I don't understand.
Okay, real quick.
Let's bring this back to the original point of the shooting.
Thank you.
Because
Thank
we
you.
actually know what radicalized him. Being a part of any political group wasn't the thing that radicalized him. I mean, we've got loads of people who are part of political groups that aren't going out and doing shooting.
That's not
For this night, specific going to France and actually seeing mass immigration to France, and that combined with a terrorist attack of Aba Akalan, which I'd never even heard of, but this was a Swedish girl who was run down. And it was this that he was sat in front of the graves of the World War II dead and looking at the crosses stretching off into the distance. And for some reason, he got it into his head that, okay, he has to go and kill a bunch of Muslims to make a statement to stop them. And really, if you want to know the people who actually inspired...
Less than 30 minutes left, guys. It's been a minute since we hit the goal, and it's not looking like we're going to get a movie night.
...him, he lists them. I mean, he calls, what was it, Anders Breivik Knight, just or something like that. That's his real influence, like these actual radicals who have done something. In the same way that I'm sure the communist terrorists in India and whatever will cite some communist revolutionary like Lenin or something as their particular inspiration. People who actually went and did these terrible things. This is the real reason.
You're sure, but not really. Again, the problem is you're sure, but not really. When you look at Anders Breivik, which is a great example, what is he doing? He's going out and killing a bunch of fucking Marxist teenagers because he thinks that killing Marxists is an honorable goal, because there are people like yourself on the internet who try to make the fucking same argument that like Nazis and communists are all inherently dangerous. And if you side with the Nazis,
so we're saying that calling people Nazis and communists are inherently dangerous is going to lead to political violence, so we shouldn't do that because that's stochastic terrorism. Is that what you're saying, Hasan? Well, for once, I agree.
In that one, we go back to World War II.
Again, Hasan, it's just history that proves this. Like
you've been Googling for the past 15 minutes. You still haven't been able to bring up fucking stats. I'm disappointed.
I've actually put it in the chat.
You do this for a living, brother. And you have
put it in the chat, Hasan. You can look. It's right there. It's right there. You're just not looking. And because I don't know, this kind of pricks your
Okay. Again, I don't think you understand the difference between a cell, a group of people who are which, by the way, I don't even...
Rules for thee, but not for me. And this was right around the Punch a Nazi meme that they brought up earlier with Richard Spencer. That was right around that time. Well, let's see exactly when that was. Richard Spencer punched... 9 years ago.
Neo-Nazis.
So this was 2 years old when they were talking. This was 2 years old.
Neo-Nazis don't love me. They kind of hate me, actually.
KKK,
Those people don't like me.
Are you like the hipster version of the neo-Nazi movement?
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
And that became the meme. Punch a Nazi. So
you understand the difference between a cell, a group of people who are which, by the
like
way,
Antifa,
a group of people fighting against the government versus a group of people fighting against the government versus a government literally butchering and genociding people. There's a difference between the two, right?
Presumably, yeah.
Okay. So if you understand that, then why do you keep bringing up examples like Rojava, or why do you keep bringing?
Because it's about the principle. What lead a principle can lead here, or a principle can lead there. But just because this and that are not the same thing doesn't mean they don't come from the same principle. That's why, Hasan.
Up examples of like people fucking going against like a militant like Chinese state even, or an Indian state or anything like that. That is,
and I mean, even even on a I don't know if it's a deeper or a lighter level, whichever way you want to take it. The fact that they won't even speak to you. How many people have tried to go, what are you out here protesting? And put the mic around, and nothing. Why? Because they know, well, either they don't know anything and somebody's paying them to be there. They're just hanging out because it's something to do. Or they've been instructed to not say anything because their ideology doesn't fucking make any sense. and says, "Oh, you're Nazi. I don't talk to Nazis." Thought terminating cliches.
A militant, like
What the fuck happened?
Chinese state, even, or an Indian state, or anything like that. That is literally fucking wiping them out.
They're not
like
literally wiping
when
them out.
we call what happened in Myanmar genocide, because it's the state systematically eradicating the Muslim population. We should call what happened in Iraq and Afghanistan also genocide, but we don't. Because that sort of violence, in your eyes and in the eyes of the Western world, is justifiable.
Yeah, which group of people was trying to be eliminated there?
No, it's not. I don't agree. I'm not a supporter or anything, but it's not genocidal.
Okay.
Yeah, what a
Do you
ridiculous
understand the
argument.
difference?
That the Iraq War was a systematic attempt to eliminate Iraq.
How do you feel like how do you feel
I don't
like
agree
Iraq-
with it, but that's just preposterous.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's get into this.
Actually,
for a minute.
widespread killing of a group of people in one country, okay, is not justifiable, and yet you consider it to be justifiable. That's what I'm saying.
What?
I don't consider the Iraq War justifiable.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're
most
not in
people
favor
do.
of that.
I don't think
Okay,
it's
but you don't see it as a subcategory of terrorism, which you happen to have a different perspective on. That's
no,
my point.
terrorism can only be done by non-state actors.
Oh my God!
Definition.
All right, never mind. Let's just move
I
past this
just
one.
doesn't even know the definition. By definition, terrorism cannot be by the state.
Okay,
fair, but I mean, we can say, like, to be fair, we understand that there are actions that governments take that if it was not a government action, then it would be terrorism. Let's
point. You guys are not understanding my point.
No, you're not
I am
understanding the whole conversation.
That's also true.
There are different forms of violence, okay? Structural violence, such as people dying in poverty or
there's wage theft, there's profit.
People dying because they don't have access to shelter or food. Then there's systemic violence perpetrated on marginalized communities, or there's the kinds of violence that the state brings, whether it be foreign intervention that's military based, or domestically, the militarized police force killing minorities and whatnot in an unjustifiable manner. But the difference is, you look at that sort of, or poor people, it doesn't matter. You look at that form of violence, and you have no issue with it because you find that to be the norm.
Who said there's no issue with it? We just said it wasn't a genocide. Well, they said it wasn't a genocide. That doesn't mean that it's good or you find that okay or you find that to be normal.
Because you were still you're a beneficiary of the status quo. So the people that are fighting against that, in some instances are actually awful people and they're fucking maniacal and genocidal and whatnot, and fuck those people. But then there are reasonable, like Destiny was mentioning, there are reasonable revolutionaries who are still enacting some sort of goal that you now even take for granted, such as having a weekend or a number of different things that leftist revolutionaries have brought about.
I don't have weekends, Hasan, but anyway.
Oh my God.
No, me neither.
You know what I mean? The 5-day work week, Sargon.
Yeah, sure. I look. I'm not
ending
saying-
child labor.
I think child labor is not necessarily a bad thing. We should circle back to child labor, and at the same time, minimum wage. Get some kids shoveling driveways, bagging groceries for $3 to $5 an hour. That'll help society.
Hasan, I'm not saying that the left has done nothing good. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that communism is inherently violent and genocidal against a certain demographic of people in society, in the same way that Nazism is. There's a reason that these look like kissing cousins. There's a reason that in Germany in the 30s, so many communists became Nazi. There's a reason why every fascist leader was a socialist.
Wait, why do you think socialists became Nazi in Germany?
I imagine there are lots of reasons.
Well, the main
What a weirdly framed question.
reason was because that's how that political party positioned itself, right? Like the reason why they rebranded to National Socialist was to win support from those groups. They're like the word privatization was literally invented to describe what Nazi Germany did to industries.
Yeah, but this is also a really sort of shallow.
Well, Hitler had a dog.
No, this is actually what happened.
I'll explain to you why you have a shallow understanding. Pause for a second, Destiny. Right, the point that the Nazis had was to, in Hitler's words, and I quote, "We socialized people because property that's for the losers." That's like Nazism is like socialism on steroids.
You realize that the first concentration camps that Nazis started were actually for socialists. Like, don't do this, man.
Probably. Why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't they be? I'm not saying
because you're telling me that they were the. Nazism had nothing to do with socialism or communism. It's not socialism or communism on steroids.
The most demonstrable falsehood I can imagine.
It's literally
Why
in
is
the
it that
opposite
all
end
the
of
business
the
owners sided
Well, no, you must be a bad person because you have a dog and you know a vegan. So that makes you a bad person. It only goes in one direction. It only goes in one direction.
with the Nazis?
Real quick. I need to pause you guys. For some reason, I don't know why. It's only when Sargon speaks, Discord just like it loses connection and it mutes. Like so, like let's fix this. Let's try leaving it.
Come on.
Please change the nameplates around. All right, continue. I'm
So
so sorry.
rather than getting into a long discussion about Nazism and communism,
I mean, yeah,
Right. No, I get you. I'm with you. You're saying he had a dog and he was a vegan, so he must be a good person. But I'm saying they think of it in the other way. Well, Hitler had a dog and he was a vegan, so if you have a dog and you're a vegan, you must be a bad person. That's the way that they think of it.
because you would lose because history.
No,
is-
I've already
Oh my God!
I've already
Why?
won this.
Why do you have to be so juvenile? Can we not
I've
just
already won it.
proceed
Because,
to a more
because
relevant
you're talking to
issue?
27,000 people and you don't even have the basic understanding of what happened in Nazi history. Like, are you
You
familiar
don't.
with?
We're
Night of the
trying to
Long Knives?
refocus
How
the
you- Night of the
conversation
Long
here,
Knives,
and you're
for
like,
example.
okay,
there are so
Hassan.
many.
Have you read Mein Kampf?
No, I have not. But you
Then
have.
how the
But
fuck
you still.
do you know what the
you
Nazis
still.
thought? How do you know?
Wait, what?
Like, how
So wait,
else would
because
you
I haven't
know?
read Mein Kampf, you think you have a
Yeah,
better
what-
understanding?
what-
Wait. Have you read the Quran? Wait. Have you read the Quran?
Guys, one at a
Wait,
time.
have you read the
please.
Quran?
Yes.
Yes, I have read the Quran.
From cover to cover? Oh, that's impressive.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, he's
Which of the
lying.
which of the
I'm not
Hadiths?
lying,
Wait,
dumbass.
which of
I'll
the
get off
which
my
of the
shelf.
which of the Hadiths have you studied? I'm curious
You're
because I know
lying
you
about
criticize
stuff
Muslims a
you
lot as
haven't
well.
read these things because you don't know what the Nazis thought. Like, I'm not kidding. You guys don't seem to understand.
Wait,
the sort of,
wait.
the-
Do you
the-
think
the-
that? Do you think that just because I haven't read Mein Kampf, I haven't done enough? Like, I don't have.
I would think
Have you been? We are all in camps on stolen land. Dilly fucking dilly.
understanding
of
Nazism.
what happened in Nazi history, like in
I would
Nazi
think
Germany,
that
the Weimar Republic.
understanding
Do you know what the night of
why the
okay,
Nazis
explain to me
did
what
what they
without
did.
Googling right now. Can you please walk me through the steps of what happened when the socialists were purged? What? Oh fuck! I gave it away already. What? God damn it! I fucking
It's a
gave it.
disaster for you,
I almost got you, bro. I almost had you.
man.
Okay,
Have you read Das
okay,
Kapital as
okay.
well? Are you
Can you
actually the
walk
most
me through the
well-read?
night-
I read about
Guys,
five
one at a
knives
time.
in my
Please let
20s.
let Sargon speak, and then
Can
Destiny
you
or
walk
Hassan
me
can
through the night
rebuttal.
of the long knives, please?
No, why would I?
Hey, shout out to Matthew King. Welcome to the party. This was from 2019. Back in the day. Welcome.
Why would I? I'm talking about the
Because you're more
philosophy
knowledgeable
behind
about history than I
Nazism.
am, so I just want you to inform me. Because maybe I'm
You-
missing something important.
You are definitely missing something important, right? I'm talking about the
Go ahead,
philosophy
explain to
of
me what
Nazism.
happened then. At that
What he was
night.
doing.
No, I don't think you understand what I'm saying, Hassan.
I don't think you know.
You're right. I'd have to Wikipedia it to see
But you
exactly.
just said you fucking. Oh my
No, Hassan, you're not following what I'm saying, Hassan, right? I would have to look up the series of events that happened because that's an event, right? But I'm talking about
See, this is what I mean, bruh. That's what I mean. 2019 was shit. 2019 was shit. 2019 was shit. It wasn't as bad as 2020, 21, 22, and 23. But god damn, I would give 10 years off of my life. I would give 10 years off of my life to stay in 2010. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. But to Mouthy's point, remember pre-COVID? Things were... People used to do things, and there used to be places to go, and people interact with each other, and it didn't cost $1 million. And that world is just gone. That world is just gone. The third person who said that. The third one. David said, weekend is just an extension of Shabbat. 7th day of rest, 5-day work week, maybe from unions, but not the weekend. There you go. There you go. Fucking commies. Fucking commies. Oh, he's having a blast.
I would have to look up the series of events that happened because that's an event, right? But I'm talking about the why. Why did that happen? And you
So
don't
glad you
know.
read Mein Kampf, though, dog.
Please let
Yeah,
Sargon finish.
I read the
Go
Communist Manifesto. I read about 2/3 of.
Nick, what are you doing? I think you know more than fucking Sargon does, probably for the worst reasons, but.
Sargon, please go ahead and finish.
Well, I don't know what I'm trying to say here because Hasan seems to be muddying the waters.
Well, it's just
but going back to
we try and
He's mogging you, bro. He's mogging you.
stay on like one strain of the debate.
Yeah,
It keeps doing.
okay.
I know more about Nazi Germany than you do. I have read my Kampf, but do you even know? It's like, can we just focus on?
All right, everybody who has checked out the very first official article on my Substack, put a 1 in the chat. This is the honor code, but Morty gets a free a treat for everybody who has at least checked it out. You don't have to read the whole thing, but if you've opened it, put a 1 in the chat. And if you lie, then God will hate you.
To Germany than you do. I have read my Kampf, but do you even know? It's like, can we just focus on now? It's about communism versus Nazism. I want to return back to
that is a real good question.
point.
Okay. Right. So the point, right? I think that there's a rise in right-wing terrorism because the radical right is being suppressed, and I think it's being suppressed by the radical left. And I think they know they're doing this. I mean, this is something that's obvious. This is something that they're constantly harping on about. Blah blah blah. And I think that Nick's point was right. I think that when people they believe they don't have any way of democratically redressing their concerns, like addressing them and actually having them like at least acknowledged, then, and when they get persecuted for them, yeah, I think that radicalizes them. And so I agree. I think we are going to see a big spike in right-wing terrorism. And I think the only way to stop that is either, I mean, God knows what kind of tyrannical methods the communists would indulge in.
You don't have to use Substack. You just need email. If you have email, you're good.
Or we can take the liberal route and just ask them what their problem is.
I'm curious. Can you what would be a sample conversation be? So let's say the New Zealand shooter is coming up to you and he's got his gun in the trunk or his multiple guns in the trunk and he's ready to go.
I think at that point it's too late.
Okay, so
I think he's done at that point,
Do you think you promote rhetoric that's like inclusive towards towards like people of other cultures or other colors inside your
Do you think you use rhetoric that's inclusive of other Americans' destiny?
country, or do you think you're more exclusionary?
Well, I'm definitely more exclusionary because I'm America first.
Seems like a weird question to ask. Do we promote rhetoric that is inclusive of other cultures in my country?
Yeah, like so for instance, like would you say something like, I'm uncomfortable with so many people from different cultures immigrating here, I don't think they belong in my country? Would you be the kind of person to say that, or?
No, I wouldn't be the kind of person to say that.
Okay.
But someone who would say that would definitely be punished in many various different ways.
Well, but basically what I'm trying to get at is what is your prescription? So a
Appreciate
person
you,
on the
brother.
left oftentimes would say we shouldn't, and I'm using left in like the progressive sense here. A person on the left would say we shouldn't platform radicalizing speech that could cause other people to go down this tunnel of becoming hateful of other cultures that will lead some of them into killing people.
But we're going to use all of that same language just in a slightly different way that actually will have people go out and successfully assassinate other people. This did not age well.
So I'm curious, what is your prescription to stop that from happening?
I think that's
Wait, you
false.
think what part of that is false?
I'll let you know if you just stop interrupting me, Destiny.
Okay.
I think that Nick's right. I think these people existing and having a voice isn't what inherently radical.
So is it a fair question or was it a trap? Which one? Is it a fair question or is it a trap? Okay, what makes it a trap? Because typically when someone says it's a trap, they are implying that there is a question where there's no right answer. So that's not a fair question if it's a trap, but maybe you're using the word differently. How is it a fair question while being a trap? And I say they absolutely other the fuck out of anybody that doesn't 100% follow their agenda.
Bingo!
But in 2019, the seeds were just sprouting, and all the violence we've seen since then has happened since then. If he says, yes, I don't like brown people in my country, he would get a platform like Nick, but it's also a legit question to ask. Okay, bro. Yeah, I'm just going to ask you something that if you don't answer the way that I want you to, you're going to get deplatformed. Totally good question, though.
As people, I think it's when they feel they can't do anything and when they're getting suppressed and frankly oppressed is when they start radicalizing. I actually think that having Nick on this is a really good start. This kind of, let's just hear what they have to say. And we don't have to agree with them, right? But what we shouldn't do is pathologize them and like anathematize them. I think that that's what really makes people radical. And I'm not saying this as someone who agrees with their perspective. I don't. But there might.
Trump stoking fires. Oh, it's like that. Oh, it's like that, is it? Is that what's happening in my country? Is that what's been happening in my country? I mean, you're joking, right? Was this a joke? Or are you seriously stating that? Okay, I don't disagree there. But who made Trump an issue? Trump? Wanting to make America great again? Or people having an issue with wanting to make America great again?
Be some things that they're saying that are true, and maybe we should actually listen and like pay attention to the true thing and adopt it as part of ourselves, as part of what we believe, because it's a true thing.
Okay, can you tell me what's true?
Deny that? Okay, well, the birth rates are true, right?
You
deny that?
Deal with Nazis a lot. You talk to them. Like, I'm not saying you're in favor of them, but
well, wait. How do birth rates get us? How do birth rates get? How do birth rates get us to people need to be excluded from our country? Like when people talk about birth rates,
no, listen. I'm not saying people need to be excluded from anything, right?
No,
I'm
you might not be.
Yeah. That's their concern, right? It was the first 3 lines of his manifesto. It's the birth rates. It's the birth rates. It's the birth rates. Right? Okay. I think there might be a group of people who are concerned about the birth rates. Is there a legitimate conversation to be had there? And yeah, there actually is. Yeah, they're genuinely like the Danish government, a well-known Nazi government, have actually tried to take steps to rectify this. There is something there.
So I think the argument that Sargon is basically.
I mean, is America any different? Might not be as bad. But that's why I'm laughing at the fact that Trump was creating all these problems. Trump was the one stoking the fires. Okay, if that's what you think, okay.
Trying to make is that the people on the right that are extreme are marginalized so much that they commit acts of violence because they're marginalized. And if they were allowed to promote, not necessarily promote, but at least express themselves, they would be less likely to commit these acts of violence because they
7 minutes, guys! 7 minutes! Keep the party raging!
Is that basically what you're saying?
I agree. That is exactly what I think. Yes.
Yeah, but
it's actually true. There's a guy called Christopher or Christian Piccolini or something, and his whole shtick is that he's the former neo-Nazi. He was a big neo-Nazi in Chicago, and now he's this left-wing activist. And he's gone after me. He's gone after a lot of people like that. And what he says, and it's interesting because his prescription is always just become left-wing. I'm going to give you an exit. You just got to become left-wing. You just got to bend the knee. And
and Nick did exactly that. Half joking.
Got to convert.
Right. But what's interesting is he says, how does a person get radicalized? He asked that question. He says, well,
everything is always as it appears, right?
People get isolated. That's the main thing driving it. Is people get isolated, people are disillusioned, they lack direction, and that's when people.
Let's remember that Podesta is Australian, so does not live here, does not know what it is to be here. We've seen even the Europeans, who are a little bit closer, come for the World Cup and be like, I had this idea of America, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
People prey upon them and use them and whatever else. And so people are saying, well, the solution to people getting radicalized by hearing so-called extremist rhetoric is to further isolate them, is to make it so that they have no sanctuary anywhere. It's to make it so that they're the most persecuted people, can't talk, their family can't associate with them, friends can't associate with them, they can't be employed, they can't have a Twitter account, they can't be on Facebook. What do you think happens to a person like that? Now, on my show, for example, we talk about let's affect change within the system.
Yep, and that's why earlier I was talking about Hasan bringing up right-wing violence around the world. He's specifically talking about Muslims. And now he's 10 toes down. You can't make this shit up.
Let's find strategies where if you have a problem with immigration, you could get involved in the party, you could vote your way out of this, whatever, but there's a path forward for you if you have these particular inclinations or these particular views. But what happens is, and this is something we've been talking about all the time, and it's not even to justify it, understand, it's not even to rationalize it, it's to say that in any society, you have people who are problematic. You have people who, whatever reason, whether it's...
Whoa. Nikki. Nikki's saying Trump isn't the reason there's division in the U.S. identity politics. It's a left-wing ideology. But But Podesta's been here like a dozen times. Come on, man. What you see when you go to any country is they aren't as bad as people online make them out to be. That's the same for the Middle East, like Egypt. Well, Egypt isn't typically what we're referring to when we're talking about the Middle East, but fair enough. And so on that point, then maybe you could acknowledge that whatever perspective you have of Trump and his stoking of fires is wrong. Lying is OP.
Poor childhood, or they're mentally ill or whatever. You have people who they get possessed by an ideology. They get possessed by some sort of an obsession, and they become problematic. Instead of taking these people and forcing them out on the side into the darkness where we can't see them, where they may get bad ideas, where they perhaps buy firearms or whatever. Instead, if there was somebody who was out there saying, yes, fertility rates are declining. If you look at this group of people around the world, they're on the decline, and society is changing radically in a very short amount of time. And there's a concern to be had there. There's a legitimate concern about that. What is a settlement? What is a compromise we can come to where everybody can live together? What's a compromise where, we can sort of negotiate this change in the coming couple of decades? I think if that were present, you wouldn't see so much radicalism. But what happens is, and I'll tell you, a lot of people go off the deep end, even farther than anybody that I know. They'll say that, well, I was shut down, and that sort of vindicated everything I thought.
Hey, shout out to Avery with a big 5. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Said, give GIJ your money. I completely agree. Thank you. So very, very much. Again, if you're on Twitch, we've got 3 minutes. Rumble will stay open for the members only, but here on YouTube, you still will be able to see what is good, and you can send in your super chats if you want, but the chat is going to members only. Don't forget, guys, double points in the after party. So let's make that movie night a possibility. Thank you. Shout out to Avery. Very much appreciated.
Say that, well, I was shut down, and that sort of vindicated everything I thought. I started saying these things. I was shut down. I was censored. Something happened to me, whatever. And that's even with my views. I was about to be hired by Ben Shapiro, unironically, at the Daily Wire before I started asking, well, what's the deal with foreign aid to Israel? What's the deal?
I was gonna say, I don't either way, I don't think that would have lasted long, but can you imagine? You think Candace and Ben didn't get along? God damn. Oh my goodness. Thank you with the big $10. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh my goodness. Oh, he loves it. Thank you. All right, let me do math because I'm bad at math, but give me a second here.
At the Daily Wire before I started asking, well, what's the deal with foreign aid to Israel? What's the deal with some of these things that are going on, which are obviously objectionable? And instead of people debating me, instead of people saying, well, here's the reason, and here's maybe what we're doing about it, here's a middle ground, they said, if you talk about that again, you'll never work again. If you keep talking about that, we're going to disassociate. We're going to call your boss every day. And they did for weeks and say you're racist and try and get you fired. And I said, oh, okay. So clearly there's something to what I'm saying here. There's something to some of these questions.
Well, I don't know about that. I do feel like it's kind of like a false assumption to assume that whenever people tell you to stop talking about something or they stop you.
There we go. Shout out to Avery and Box. Let's keep fucking raging. I'll give you guys another 10 minutes. Oh my goodness. Again. Holy moly. And you know what that means, Box, right? You know what that means, Box. You are now the new co-sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, he's up now. Thank you so very, very much. So let's push the after party another 15 minutes. We'll give it 15 minutes for free for you guys, for me, for you, for Morty. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Buck saying, even at the time, Nick was noticing. Yup. And they punished him for it. They punished him for it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, gentlemen, so very, very much.
There's something to some of these questions.
Well, I don't know about that. I do feel like it's kind of like a false assumption to assume that whenever people tell you to stop talking about something or they stop you from talking about something, you automatically assume that that's because what you're actually saying is true. I don't know if that's always accurate, but basically what Nick and Sargon are saying is that these extremist opinions are bred in isolation. So Destiny and Hasan, the question I have for you guys is, do you feel like it would be helpful to the society to bring these extreme opinions of the right into the fold and actually have conversations about them rather than ostracizing these people from the community?
Based fucking Asmon. And guys, we are $3 away from hitting the goal. I give you an extra 15 minutes. Otherwise, we reset to the after party goal. I think 3 of you have 99 cents. I think 3 of you got 99 cents. And if we hit the goal, we'll extend another 15 minutes. That's a full half hour extra for Treat Wallace. For Treat Wallace. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, we got a new co-sponsor of the stream. $3 indeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rage it on. So 306, all right.
Fold and actually have conversations about them rather than ostracizing these people from the community entirely.
In a very careful manner where you can catch bad faith actors. So like Fuentes is somebody that I would consider a bad faith actor. If you have very careful areas where you can catch people out on them lying, yeah, I would say that there's value.
How would you do that? Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you that regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, there are people on the other side that are saying things that are not ideal. And you want to call that out. And so, I will say that Destiny is somebody who has talked to people like Nick after this for a more extended period of time. He's talked to lawyers that were behind the Twitter files. As much as he's sex-pestiny, he is willing to do that. But I would like to hear specifically what are the guidelines, because it just seems like I'm going to go off my vibes. If it feels icky, then I'm not going to do it. But if it feels not so icky, then, we'll see. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Marie with the $2 make you holla. We are 99 cents away from the goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said someone better pay up. Oh, we will see. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. That is $1 away, guys. $1.
If you have very careful areas where you can catch people out on them lying, yeah, I would say that there's value in it. But what I want to go back and focus on is more this idea that people get isolated, right? When you talk about isolationism, or you talk about, or not isolation, when you talk about people getting isolated from society, you're not saying like you're isolated because you're not allowed to go out and talk about the birth rates and how horrible Jews are. That's not the type of isolationism that's happening, right? When people are isolated, we
do need to talk about that. But first, we gotta shout out Nikki! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Here, I can't do them both at the same time. Boom! Go! Hey, everybody does that as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you! So very, very much! We got special treat! It's a peanut butter night!
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mind drawn this guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the sinking journey of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No illusions, no hollow incompare. Here to resurrect the sinking journey of common sense. fled, picking truck from the wreckage, raising dog from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. In the
Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, all of you. Teamwork makes the dream work. Push-ups inbound, and we haven't even hit the after party yet. Guys, thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Oh my god. See, yeah, that's we gotta find a good emoji that shows up through through StreamYard. Does that one work? Some of them don't. I don't know what it is, but thank you. Back to the debate. All right. Let's do it. Thank you so very, very, very much. Oh,
people getting isolated from society. You're not saying like you're isolated because you're not allowed to go out and talk about the birth rates and how horrible Jews are. That's not the type of isolationism that's happening, right? When people are isolated, we mean more things like people don't have very many friends in society, or people are spending too much time on social media. People aren't connecting with their family as much. People aren't, doing whatever things in society we do to kind of like keep us connected. It's possible to bring somebody into society and have them feel like their life has meaning and purpose and they have shit to do that doesn't involve platforming them saying, race realism truths about fucking, what did Charles Murray say in the bell curve or some shit. I think it's a really dangerous and bad dichotomy to imply that we either have to hate and destroy and get rid of everyone in society that disagrees with us, or we have to bring literal white nationalist Nazis like Richard Spencer to the forefront and have real conversations about whether or not Jews control society.
And which way did you go? Not that way. And how did that work out? Now you're the party of violence. Good job.
I don't think it has to be one or the other here.
Yeah,
I think
you're just
talk about
that
bad
the
faith
false
actors.
dichotomy there.
So,
Hang on a second.
you feel
So,
like
hang on. So the thing is, you're taking the most extreme. What Nick said was actually really reasonable, right? I think that if Nick walked up to a regular person on the street, not involved in politics, and said what he had said previous to your destiny, I think they'd say, well, yeah, of course that's a concern, which is presumably why the Danish government were doing something about it.
Okay,
But what you've done,
no,
hang on. Yeah, that's just an easy example, right? Because it's a liberal society where this is a problem that they've noticed and they've took steps to address it, right? But you set it up as, right, we need to exterminate X people or whatever. That's not what we would want to talk about. Like anyone who wants to have a dialogue, obviously we would take good faith, sensible, level-headed actors who would say a lot like what Nick has just said there. Like this is the radical sort of like, if you want to characterize them as the sort of extreme right, okay, let's characterize them as extreme right? That's what their concern is. And really, I think it comes down to the sort of like the three driving motivations of Enlightenment philosophy, right?
Before it goes there, I completely agree. Wax of Destiny was far more based before his divorce and the drugs. Completely agree. I was following him right around that time. So I started watching his content around the time, like if you're either going to know or you're not going to know, but around the time he started talking to that Mr. Girl guy that eventually did like a content cop-esque video on him. And but like from that time until like I completely hopped off. This was I didn't give a shit. We covered him all through the blue hair fucking era. The dick sucking video came out, and I was like, that's pretty fucking gay, but he still, can talk politics. And it wasn't until he was talking about how all conservatives deserve to die if they go out in public or whatever the fuck he said. And then after that, I think he was found talking to like a 15-year-old or something. And we're like, no more, unless it is something like this. But completely agreed, Box. Completely agreed. All right. Let's dive back in.
I think it comes down to the sort of like the three driving motivations of Enlightenment philosophy, right? Liberalism is for liberty, socialism is for equality, and fascism is for security. Right?
Let's hear that again. Hold. Wait, you drop it? Stupid. You dropped it. Well, you clean that out quick. Ninja! But wait, I want to hear this in full. What did he say?
Extreme right. Okay, this is the radical sort of like, if you want to characterize them as the sort of extreme right, okay, let's characterize them as extreme right?
Okay.
That's what their concern is. And really, I think it comes down to the sort of like the three driving motivations of Enlightenment philosophy, right? Liberalism is for liberty.
Liberalism is for liberty.
Socialism is for equality.
Socialism is for equality.
And fascism is for security.
Interesting. That every governmental structure needs some combination of the three. Now I got the fucking hiccups. Jesus. Oh, God.
Liberalism is for liberty, socialism is for equality, and fascism is for security. Right? They're the three. If you're going to give them charitable motivations that drew people to them, that's what you would accurately. I think all three groups would agree with those assessments. Right? The security one is being completely shut out of the dialogue, and it's not fair to those people who happen to be afraid. Right? I mean, there was a study that said like 30% of people in society they reckon are just primed to go fascist. They're not. They're perfectly normal, happy, liberal people until a certain set of conditions are met, and then boom. Fascists. And I don't want to see 30% of the population radicalized into fascism, but I think if we keep going further and further to the left, then that's what's going to happen. And I'm really scared of that, man. I am really scared of that. And so
for good reason. Coming to you from the future, Sargon, you are absolutely right. And it is probably scarier than you even thought.
I think that the way to stop that is to moderate and to sort of bring these people to the center.
Well, I don't know about bringing them to the center.
That someone is going to be able to push you into thinking, because you admitted, Sargon, that you yourself are not a racist person, right? You're a liberal.
Yeah.
Do you think that at any point is the left going to get too crazy, so much so that you're going to start thinking, well, maybe blacks and whites can't live together?
No, but I'm not.
Well, we didn't think so. We didn't think so. But then your fucking bullshit ideology infected an entire group of people. Hence, my point that I would like to debate a black person on. The black community TM is the worst. I need what the word there is, but it's the worst thing. The worst ideology, the worst collection, the worst group, the worst whatever the word is there. This is the worst thing for a black American. Is what it is. All right, guys, we got 4 more minutes. Thank you to the donations, stretching it out. And then it's time for the after party.
Don't you think that it's kind of impossible? Like, I'm just, look,
Well, no, I don't
the reason
think-
why I'm asking you this question is because, no, this notion that people, like, racism is social conditioning, okay? I know that Nick will probably try to argue from a more, like, naturalistic perspective and claim that,
their heads are bigger.
This is a normal thing. But it's not. It's social conditioning. And
that was a lot of peanut butter. I need some water.
I think you understand that as a liberal. And the point I'm trying to make is that look, Destiny debates fucking right wingers all the time. I'm fully on board with talking to even Nazis, as long as the other side is well equipped to deal with the misinformation.
Projection. Bro, you are not well equipped to deal with the misinformation. You are well equipped with misinformation, but I don't know. I don't really know what you're talking about. It's healthy to be afraid of the reaction of your own group. True. Avery said, we'd like to give a big round of applause to everyone here tonight and everyone who donated. Yes, if you haven't joined the Discord, the pinned link. Are you gay? Are you gay? Nick, that Jew's on it. Buck said, I worry out loud about the left because we need them to do well and not be crazy or violent. Too late. Matthew said, the pendulum will eventually swing back, and I'm not sure we normal people will be able to keep it in check. So, all right, then I'm pretty sure I saved this here, right? Oh, I forgot about that. All right, so we got some quick side quests based on what was said here. This is a broad, half-baked idea that I have. You may have seen this one. I played this in the last stream. So Matthew is talking about the pendulum eventually swing back. I'm not sure we normal people we will be able to keep it in check. So keep this in mind. Watch this video. And let's talk about it.
Sorry, what do you mean that people are saying we should try to make books accessible by simplifying the words?
So this woman, this green-haired woman, this septum ring woman, is somebody who is on Book Talk, aka the book readers side of TikTok. And if you've seen the morning milking cow, whatever, they're into some weird shit. It's a very sexualized corner of the internet. But what is she saying? She's having an issue with the fact that people want to simplify words in books.
I'm sorry, what do you mean that people are saying we should try to make books accessible by simplifying the words?
Sounds pretty woke, right? I thought you were in favor of woke stuff.
That it's ableist to have complex verbiage.
So she's getting told, other people are telling her, hey, we need to simplify the language in our books because it's ableist for the people who aren't smart enough to understand those words.
Google is free. Thesauruses and dictionaries are at every library. If you refuse the tools given to you to find a solution, hot take, maybe the subject matter of the book isn't for you.
It's like they're almost there, guys.
They're figuring out that wokeness is going to come back on them. That's the first thing I've seen. That's the first thing I've seen with that. But I have a strong feeling that we're going to see a lot more of it in a very short period of time. You just get woke checked. Exactly. And so the other people who are now the woke ones going against, let me pull her back up so we don't get confused with the cute conservative chick.
Hot take, maybe the...
But like now, people on Book Talk, who she's part of a community with, are now saying we should ruin these books, which I agree is ruining the books. But this is wokeness coming back on her. So far, as we can glean from the way that she looks, wokeness has always gone in her favor. And so that's what the cuter one is saying. Oh, they're figuring it out.
Subject matter of the book isn't
They're figuring it out.
It's like they're almost there, guys. And all it took was for the ableism community to infiltrate Book Talk, for them to almost be black-pilled. It's like most of those things are in your control. Holy hell.
It's like it's not just books that we've been screaming about this with. This is just now a topic that you care about.
Mm-hmm. And we know Hasan loves glazing those terrorists. But this is so the point here is that I think that this could potentially be. I'm not saying I think this is going to happen. I'm saying the avenue here is open. We see that the far right, where everything is about Jews and Israel and Christianity and white culture, that's on one side. Then we have the Democratic Party, which is fucked. They're fucked. So anybody who is left of center, they're never going to look at the Republican Party. Maybe some of them, but fine. You get the left-wing candidate or the Democratic candidate that's just too far left, just too far, just like we're seeing with this girl. But like, oh wait, I didn't realize that can come back on me. Then we have the far right and the far left, but then we have a moderate Republican. And us normal people, we're clearly not going to vote for the Democrats, but we're also not trying to vote for, we need to do this with white culture and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, Mamdani is definitely, where you at? Yeah. The Mamdani people, they got the they got the Democratic Party, at least for 28. But there's also, I will say it in this way just to kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about. But like the Groypers are not representative of what right-leaning people think. There's aspects of it, but they're not representative. And so just to, again, use them as an example, it'll be the Groypers with the far right candidate and the TDS people in the Democratic Party. That leaves a lot of room for a Massey type candidate. And that could be a move back to normalcy. Well, we have a moderate Republican who the far right doesn't like and the far left doesn't like, but the moderate left and the normal right. If that is how it plays out, I'm not saying it will, but there's no reason to think that it can't. So this is why. This is what we do. and talking about, covering the news. That's not what I do. I keep an eye on where the landscape is. What is the landscape doing? How has the landscape changed since we last talked about it 2 days ago, yesterday, whatever it is? And understanding that, look for allies in people who are normal. Even if they are, let's use Box as an example. He's hey, shout out to Daniel. Welcome. But yeah, let's say Box. We clearly see that he has a lot of left-wing ideas, but he's not, a fucking commie. I highly doubt. Well, let me ask directly, Box, if there was if we get to the election, the general election, and there is a Trumpian character who is more moderate than a more Trumpian candidate. And then on the left, there's a straight up commie. If you were going to vote for one of those, am I wrong in saying that you are more likely to vote for the moderate Republican than the commie leftist, even though you are a Democrat? I think that would be the case. And I think a lot of politicians don't give a shit about anything but themselves. My point is, I do think that lane is open. If we have that coalition, that's what allowed Trump to win, is the coalition from a lot of former Democrats, moderates, centrists. That's how you win. Exactly. And you have no issues inherently with voting for a Republican, right? It's just that the Republicans you've seen are not people that you're willing to vote for. Could be. And then we're over time, but I'll give you another side quest here because I know a lot of you have kids, and this is my free PSA to you. Oh yeah, fucking bum Donnie. He's an analyst in a communist clothing. Yep, he's like the Islamic revolutionaries who used socialists as a shield in Iran in the 70s. Bingo. Yep. And Donnie is not as far left as you can get. And if you think that, you don't understand the far left. I watch democratic socialists and revolutionary socialist meetings a lot. That must be fun. That must be scary. Now, the problem is the left will amplify and push the Groyper to the front because they believe he is easily beatable, and the right does the same thing. We end up with a commie and a Nazi. But I agree with you. But what I'm saying is we're in a landscape where the gap between those two could be far enough that or at least a plurality of people are saying, no, that's too far left, and also that's too far right. I need somebody fine. I don't care if they're on the right or on the left, just as long as they're in the middle. It's getting that polarized. We just saw a green-haired septum ring bitch complaining about ableism and not saying that something is ableist, complaining that somebody's calling her ableist. The landscape is always perpetually changing. And my point is that if we and other people who are think like us, not left or right, but normal, care about America, the Constitution, meritocracy, capitalism, law and order, is it impossible? I'm not saying it's super likely, but I'm saying if we are aware that that is a possibility, from now, we should be pushing for that. From now, we should be saying, hey, look, if you're on the left and you hate Trump, but the far left is fucking going crazy, let's talk. Let's talk. We got 2 whole years. 2 whole years. It's a lot of time. So I will leave you with this.
I had to hide away from my...
If you have children, You absolutely must watch this. I'm sorry.
I had to hide away from my kids for a second because I found a show on Netflix. It's rated PG. It's not for kids. Let me show you why.
You think you know.
No, my dear, we can't have any of that foul language around here.
Oh, okay. We're against foul language. Obviously, I have to pause it because of the Netflix. But okay, good. Foul language. Bet.
The amazing digital circus is a place to be enjoyed by all
Oh, everybody's welcome. Perfect. Perfect.
ages.
Exactly. And I think a lot more people who don't like Trump are starting to realize that. Yet again, this is why we need to get Trump out of the way. Trump is the reason why people are willing to go further left, because it's Trump. So it's not even the fact that it would be a moderate candidate. It would be the fact that we are looking at a stage where there's a crazy Nazi and a crazy commie, and then there's someone right in the middle. It's a possibility. All right, so this is the amazing digital circus. Okay, I mean, showing some cursing, but you're not actually cursing. Not too bad.
Causes interpersonal drama. And me no likey.
All right.
Me no likey.
You really want to know what I want?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
I want the ability to have sex.
Hey, yo! What?
What?
That was real fast. That went from 0 to 100
The
real quick.
ability to have sex.
No way. Are we finally having this conversation?
Oh, finally, we're having this conversation. Finally. At the amazing digital circus rated PG. We are finally talking about sex, but it gets worse. Oh.
So if you thought that was bad, just keep watching.
Where you'll each have to trust each other to not betray the other person.
Okay, again, fair. We want trust in each other. No, this is a kid show. This is children's programming. If you go on Netflix, you go into the kids section and you find this. This is not like just in the normal rotation. I was not aware of this show because I don't go to Netflix Kids because I'm an adult.
To not betray the other person.
Okay, good enough. Good enough.
This is a private room.
Ooh, a private room. We want to make sure that everything's private. Okay, cool.
Where nobody can see or hear you once inside. And
What?
This is a loaded gun. Character A will take the gun into the private room and empty it out of all its ammunition, then come out and give it to character B.
Look. There's nothing wrong with guns. What the fuck are we doing here?
Character B will then take the gun and shoot themselves in the head, trusting that character A emptied it in the private room.
We gotta have trust. It's a private room.
On them, so everyone is incentivized to follow the rules and trust each other.
Oh, but there's more. Blicky! Got the Blicky!
That our biggest concerns would be Jackson Subel.
What?
So, who are you gonna kill first?
Hey, yo!
I could go on a whole rant of the reasons why this is not okay. I hope a lot of people have the common sense to understand why this is not okay. What we are exposing our kids to, they're not even hiding it anymore. We have to monitor everything our kids watch because at this point, they are trying to shove suicide, murder, sex, And all of
I mean, technically, as long as you're not using direct profanity, then that's how they're supposed to use that rating. But essentially, yeah, they're supposed to be, but they've been ideologically captured. Well, we need kids to talk about sex and blowing their brains out.
these things in our kids' faces, and basically I think they're grooming them and they're encouraging them to either kill themselves or kill other people. And there's so much more on that show. Granted, yeah, I get it's a show, but this was supposed to be advertised for kids, and it's not.
Put a 1 in the chat if you've ever seen an anvil in real life. All right, let's do it. What was it called? Digital Circus.
This is where I saw
digital hallucinations. How about we talk about something else? Like your name.
My name? My name is, oh God! Why can't I remember my name?
Nobody can remember their name once they enter the digital circus.
Seem like a different show? Oh, you can't see this. Really? Okay, it won't let me fucking show it, but it's the same show. Trust me. All right, fucking trust me.
Monitor what your kids are watching because they're after them and they're not even hiding it anymore.
I forgot. I did it again. I forgot what I asked. Fuck. Oh, the anvil. Okay. 3 of you. 4 of you. Okay. Now put a 1 if you've seen a gun. It's almost like it's different. It's almost like it's different. All right, guys, that is your extra time. It is time to go to the after party. So first, we're going to get rid of Twitch. You are gone. We are still alive on YouTube and Rumble. So if you are not a member here on YouTube, you still be able to see the show, but you will have to go over to Rumble to chat, or of course, you can send in those super chats. Where the fuck is the button? God damn it. Boom. Ready? Let's fucking go. Shout out to the members. Let's fucking rage.
Here's a thought for you today.
As long as the other side is well equipped to deal with the misinformation, as long as the other side is well equipped with an understanding of not only history but the kind of historical revisionism that Nazis or fascists engage in. Okay,
or communists.
And what?
Or
yeah,
well,
no,
well
you're
then-
right. You are.
well,
no,
well,
you are
then you
100%
guys do
correct.
kind
there
of-
are definitely certain factions that will probably engage in historical revisionism as well. But that doesn't. I mean, I'm not one of those people.
Well,
so
you're
I don't know why you think
practicing-
this is a gotcha moment.
You're practicing what Sargon is saying. Then is to bring.
I know, but the difference is,
okay. What is the difference?
platforms don't know how to deal with this because the profit motive feeds into it, because the profit motive feeds into the fact that like conspiracy theory channels are being heightened because more people are watching it, and this misinformation is the only access that most average citizens.
This is just one example. This isn't a one-off. This is one example of a trend. I appreciate the desire to see the world in an innocent way where, no, these giant companies aren't trying to groom our kids, but unfortunately, they are. They definitely are. Hey, shout out to JL. Oh, did we? Well, welcome. I guess he missed it, but is it Canada Day? Everybody come and play. Let's go to the mall. It's Canada Day. If you know, you know, because you're not gay. We got Kelly Green in the building. Welcome to the party. Because I'm Canadian, so I really understand how important 2A is. Yep. That's what we need. Check out MK disclosure. What is that? A new thing? What happened with that? In bikini. All right. Diving back in for the members. Don't forget about that after party goal. Add to the push-ups that I've already got to do. Get Morty a refill, and of course, double points for the after party, guys.
Have. And then on top of that, Nick is not correct when he says isolation, but alienation occurs where you feel alienated from your labor, where you feel alienated.
This
from
is just Marxist rhetoric, man. Come on.
Really?
This is pure Marxism.
It's
Well,
so
I'll
weird
give you
that
an
you're
example.
trying to,
I
it's
wanna
so
give you
weird
guys
that
a
you're
good
trying to shut
example.
down my speech when I'm trying to have a normal conversation where I admit.
You shut down my speech. You were yelling over everyone else. Jesus fucking Christ.
That I somewhat agree with your
I'm
perspective.
sorry.
I don't
by
think-
trying to claim that it's Marxist rhetoric. How is it that any different than people
saying anything Marxist right
rhetoric?
now?
That's not an accurate way of fucking dealing with what I'm trying to say. Try to please, for a brief moment, give that same level of charity that I've just offered to you,
I apologize.
and take in what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Well, Hasan
They just verified. The government definitely had. Oh yeah, I mean,
I was trying to make before I got derailed is that these people feel alienation. It's not isolation. Okay. If they felt isolation, this wouldn't happen in fucking Norway, like a majority white country. You know what I mean? Or it wouldn't happen in places like New Zealand. Like these people don't feel isolated in the minority, and that's why they're going and killing people. They feel alienated. They feel like they have.
Bro, I just pulled it up. Like, I know you couldn't see it, but I literally clicked on kids and put it in. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not saying it's only available. Obviously, you can get kids stuff from your normal account. So you can't access that show if you click on kids? I mean, you can't see it anyway, but let's see. So we go. Digital circus. The amazing digital circus. Well, I guess you can't get it from here. Fair enough. Fact checked. I mean, it doesn't really make it that much better. I mean, it is better that you can't get it through kids, but it's still fucked up. Thank you for the fact check, but still fucked up. Fair enough. Now we know. But let's not pretend that, that's for adults. All right. Diving back in here.
Minority, and that's why they're going and killing people. They feel alienated. They feel like they have no purpose. And then they go back to these like weird mythological underpinnings of like Nordic mythology and haplogroups and the replacement that is occurring somehow. And never really look at it as these are our fellow men and women who are coming from different parts.
Oh, sorry, David. I wasn't checking over there. It's really hard to drop. Exactly. It's really hard to pick up an anvil and drop it on someone. A lot easier to pull the trigger. Bingo. That was my point. Thank you. David also said destroying statues and wanting historical documents removed. That is also one of the big things that they have pushed for. And right after, when this happened, that became a very popular thing. It's almost, what do I tell you guys? What do I tell you guys about people who seem to be able to see the future? They don't have a crystal ball. They don't have a crystal ball. They're just paying attention to the right things.
Of the world who are just going to readjust into our way of life and ultimately make it better.
Okay, can I
Because
respond to
if
that,
people
please?
like America, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Right. The problem that I have with your theory, and the reason that, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to hand wave it as Marxist, but I think that this is your prism, your ideological lens that you're viewing it through, because I mean you can't
obviously
really account for someone like Elliot Rodger with that sort of rationale, because he was a rich kid. He didn't do any labor. He didn't feel isolated from his labor, alienated from
Yeah, but he liked entertain.
his
No,
labor.
I didn't just say alienation from labor. I said alienation from their fellow men and women.
Okay, sure, right, but that wasn't because of economic factors, right? That for him that was social factors. For I can't actually remember the question.
Yeah, you guys remember Elliot Rodgers was was that him? Wiki, was he the? I feel like he was that was a different thing. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay, 2014. Okay, so it wasn't the Christchurch. This was 2014. So murdered 6 people, injured 14 others, and then necked himself. Born in London, California. Yeah. Okay, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. And then, so this is what the left in 2019 is holding on to as right-wing violence.
Come on, man.
Oh.
That for him that was social factors. For I can't actually remember the Christchurch shooter guy's name, but for him again that wasn't economic. He clearly had money. He traveled a lot, you know.
You can be alienated from your labor and make a lot of money. I don't think you understand that.
Yeah, but that wasn't his concern. That wasn't his concern.
People aren't doing violence. Alienation doesn't mean you're doing violence because you aren't making enough money.
I know.
Okay.
But that's what you just said it was, Hasan.
I know. It's because you don't feel invested in the work that you do.
I'm
right?
kind of curious on this point, Sargon.
Hang on. So they have other reasons, and they tell us these other reasons. And for some people, these reasons are racial. That's just the way they feel. For Elliot Rodgers, it was sexual. You know, each one of these has their own particular motivations. Some people, sure, and it's not to say that it's never that people feel alienated from their labor and their work, that they're just doing the same monotonous, droning, you know, work all day, every day, and they feel frustrated and, you know, bored or whatever. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but
that happens to everybody. That's why everybody ends up in incel Reddits and black pill Reddits and does what he did, right? Oh, no, they don't. Oh, okay.
We have plenty of cases where that's
so it's not about the economic structure.
Not the case. So I think that in some cases, sure, it will be appropriate to apply a Marxist analysis in that regard, but in others, it's not a panacea. It doesn't answer all the questions.
Do you speak up as much when people try to alienate Muslims in society? Because this is how ISIS does a lot of it, or did a lot of it.
Yep. How about that? You still talking about them Muslims, Destiny?
Targeting for recruitment as well.
Yeah, it's a real problem.
How about you, Hasan? You still talking about them Muslims? Or are we only about the Jews?
So do you agree that it's maybe bad that we demonize Islamic culture or demonize Muslims so
Nope, because they're bad.
much, or obsess over things like
I don't think we should demonize anyone.
So
I do. I think we should demonize terrorists.
So you don't think that maybe you've engaged in a little bit of that alienation? You don't know. You're not hypercritical of Muslims or hypercritical of Islam. Wait, what did you say?
Look at Asmon's face, like, yo, can somebody say something? Like, what are we talking about? Of course, we fucking hate the jihadists.
No. Oh, okay. Well, Nick, what were you gonna say? I can see you're trying to say something.
Well, the Muslim thing is just kind of you talk about bad faith actors. It's funny because I think, we were trying to make a good point, trying to find some common ground. It's like, what about this other thing? I mean, you're not totally consistent on that. So
wait, what am I not inconsistent? What am I inconsistent on? Wait, no, tell me what I'm inconsistent on. Tell me what I'm inconsistent on. Can you please tell me what I'm inconsistent on, Nick? Nick, I swear, you've talked to me, and again, twice as much in this debate as I have you. Tell me where I'm inconsistent.
The point that I'm trying to make here is
Got him.
you talk about both you and
just bulldoze that little gay boy.
Both Destiny and Hasan.
Which one?
Hasan talk about well, maybe we could platform people who are reasonable, or they say, well, what is the point where we could platform somebody who holds views that are even adjacent to
platform
this?
unreasonable
Because
people.
you say, please. So you guys say, well, You know, there's no point. Destiny says there's no point at which you could platform this appropriately, or it'd be very difficult to find a way that you could do this responsibly. Hasan, I guess your position is, you know, I'll debate these people, but whatever. A really good example, which I think sort of sheds some light on this, is anybody familiar with the scientist James Watson? James Watson, who discovered DNA. You may know
the
this
guy that's been outed by the entire academic community. Are you going to try to say that the guy that discovered DNA is like an authority on
this guy? Oh my gosh.
This is literal Nazi propaganda. Holy shit.
Refute it afterwards then, man. Refute it afterwards.
Right, honestly.
You can spit out straight up Marxism. I mean, can I finish? Can I finish? Rules for thee, but not for thee.
No self-control.
Monologue on like Jesus
no self-control.
Christ.
And you want to know why? Because you know I'm about to completely blow up your whole argument.
Because you're about to cite a guy that has no background in intelligence or IQ research whatsoever. And you're about to false the authority of the fact that he discovered DNA. Like somehow that's an authority for him to speak on intelligence.
Please let Nick finish, and Destiny can rebuttal. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sheesh, for crying out loud. So
I just mean. Oh, I was like, why didn't it show up on Twitch? Because we're not on Twitch. Duh.
Stupid.
Bulldog's a little gay boy, meaning Destiny is a little gay boy, and he's trying to talk over you, and you just keep talking, and then he'll shut up. Bulldog's that little gay boy.
James Watson, well-respected economist. He's lived his whole year. They say that his discovery, where he won a Nobel Prize, was maybe one of the most important discoveries in the history of science. Now, I'm not a scientist, so I'm not one to speak, but he's respected. He's well-regarded. He's earned his keep. Now, a couple of years ago, he said, and many others have said the same thing, that there are group differences in intelligence. And he said it as a passing remark, as part of a talk. It was a very passing comment. And by the way,
yeah, this is a good point, Going Dark. That Box, I would put it this way: have you asked yourself if you are simply creating a false dichotomy of Cenk or Hasan? And then we would all agree that Cenk is better than Hasan. But that doesn't mean that he is overall good. Just asking. So the funny thing about being from Canada is that there are refugees here from every failed communist experiment. I've met people from former Soviet states, Cambodia, Vietnam, Cuba, and China. Yep. At the rest of the fucking world, and we got that shit too. We tried to keep them out. Y'all just fucking waved them on in. But they're here. They're here.
The numbers are basically true. This is not really a controversial thing. People like Charles Murray, many others have talked about it. He said very simply, there are group differences. If you take the average of one group and you take the difference, or rather the average of another, there is a difference in IQ. He didn't say, therefore, he didn't say, and that means, and make a value judgment.
So those differences have a genetic basis.
This is something
he didn't
that's
say
happening.
There's just a difference in a genetic basis.
Excuse me. He simply said this is something that is true. He got his Nobel Prize revoked. He got shut down from every university. He's not allowed to speak anymore. They're taking everything. This is one of the most famous, important scientists in the history of the world. And he issued a mea culpa. He said, I'm sorry. I was reckless. I didn't really mean that. But they completely deplatformed this guy. He actually... I don't think they took his Nobel Prize away. He had to sell it because he's literally running out of money because nobody will host him anywhere. He can't get a job in university.
How much can you get for a Nobel Prize? That's got to be some good money. Like I said, I agree. Cenk would vote a systemic change into place while Hasan would do whatever method. Hasan said to let the capital up. And so that's why I'm just like, let's not create a false dichotomy where because they're the biggest names on the left, you either got to be with TYT or Hasan. Just making sure.
And so when you look at something like that, you really begin to wonder, at what point does this system tolerate any kind of dissent? You have to wonder, maybe it's not so much you don't see left-wing terrorism because it's not inherently violent, but because there's no reason for them to commit asymmetrical anti-state terrorism. A right-wing person is on the outs. They're on the fringe. Who do they have to look up to in media, government, anywhere? A left-wing person, you've got all these major corporations. All
do one point, or is he
talking about this.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and talk. I know this is like a shtick. Like, I don't mind doing it one-on-one.
I like how everybody else gets to talk as long as they want.
Nick, wait, hold on, Nick. I will bet you $500 right now. Do you want to bet on who's talked the most here? Nick, do you want to bet on who's talked the most right now?
You don't shut up.
Loud
for our
noises!
last debate, Nick pulled the same thing too, where he said he felt like he talked for twice as much as me, and somebody went through and counted the hours, and he talked for 2 hours to the 1 hour conversation that I actually.
I counted every second.
Yeah, it's my show.
Okay.
That was
So-
my-
Yeah, but maybe he talked more, but you were saying stupid bullshit.
my show.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
You still said that you felt like you talked twice.
Okay, guys, please. This will get us nowhere. This, guys, please. Hey,
No, okay, so-
listen, please, Nick,
Stop!
wrap it up, Nick. In the next 30 seconds, wrap it up. Destiny, rebuttal. Let's get back to the point. Let's wrap this point up, conclude, and let's get to the next point. All right, we're very
I've
behind.
said all.
Okay,
I've
thank
said
you.
all.
Destiny,
This
please
guy's
rebuttal.
obviously not even listening. So
Sure. So
Well-
what you're literally doing is like we can all go on Wikipedia and read an appeal to false authority. Just because you're the discoverer of DNA does not give you the ability to speak with any sort of authority whatsoever on
Nobody
intelligence
said
research.
that.
Then why?
I mean, I technically, I guess you're correct.
Are you so upset that the scientific community was so outraged when he started making opinions or making statements on the genetic heritability or whatever of fucking IQ?
I'm not saying that because of his position, his claim was particularly true or relevant. The point was to say.
Wait, no. Why are you surprised that his
Are you
Nobel
going to
was
let me answer the question you just
No,
asked?
because if it
You
takes you
wanna keep
20
going.
fucking minutes to answer a pretty
For
simple
crying
question,
out
I will
loud.
let you do another fucking.
That's a tough position where I haven't quite figured out how to navigate. Where I'm not even saying that it's happening here, but just in general, where you're dealing with someone who's just rambling on and on and on. That's not doing a gish gallop, or like this and then that and then that and that. They're just kind of talking and they're making a point and they're kind of meandering and they're kind of on the point, but not really. And then they keep going and you think they're going to land the plane, but then they're talking a little more. I haven't quite figured out the best way to acknowledge that without sounding like, because the easiest thing, I'm sorry if you have, a 5-second attention span or some shit. It's too easily refuted, but there's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way.
Answer the question you just
No,
asked.
because if it takes you
wanna keep
20
going.
fucking minutes to answer a pretty
For
simple
crying
question,
out
I will
loud.
let you do another fucking diatribe on some random fucking Nazi factoid. I'm just curious. Why do you think that somebody?
Here's why I bring it up. Here's why I bring it up. The point being is, here is somebody. We're not talking about the leader of the
Whoopsie.
KKK. We're not talking about a neo-Nazi ideologue. We're talking about a well-regarded scientist.
The
who
fact
made
that
a
you're well-regarded means you have even
scientific
more
claim,
responsibility
who made a
to your
small
speech, Nick.
claim, and even a tiny little thing like that, he was completely obliterated and wiped out. The point was, obviously, no dissent is tolerated by anybody.
And so clearly what Nick was trying to get at is regardless of whether the guy that he's appealing to, regardless of whether that guy was right or wrong, he was not pushing an ideology. He was pushing what he believed to be correct science. In the scientific community, if somebody has an idea or a claim or a hypothesis or a theory or whatever that's put forth that is incorrect, you just do more science. You don't silence that person. That was Nick's point. Maybe the guy was an evil racist. Maybe he was the worst thing ever. That's irrelevant to the point that Nick was making.
Say, well, we have to handle responsibly.
Hold on. Come on, dude. I can't let him just go on, dude. Holy shit. Like, it's literal race realism. So he didn't just make one random comment. He literally said there was a genetic basis for differences in IQ.
Which is correct. Which is
I mean,
you don't know. Firstly, even if that was correct, he would know fuck all about it because he's not an intelligence researcher. Maybe you don't believe in science.
He's a genetics researcher. He discovered DNA. He's talking about a genetic claim.
So do you think that every single person that studies DNA knows everything about DNA? Is that all just like
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Because that was one
I
chapter.
believe every.
can we suggest that it is likely that anybody who studies DNA has a better understanding of genetics than the average person? Exactly. So shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, what was it? Oh, Frogurt. That's the new word. Fitbit is ironically too gay. This fucking Frogurt. Ooh, that feels much better. Oh, that feels better. Fucking Frogurt.
That was one chapter, because that was one chapter in your 6th grade biology book. You think that every single person that has ever studied DNA.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Projection. You have no idea. What he does or doesn't know, but you disagree with the ideology, so it must be wrong. Oh, Destiny.
Educate you or some of your audience here. Yeah, so intelligence research in and of itself is a massive fucking field that spans several disciplines between psychology, between biology, between fucking, between so many different fucking things.
Okay, I have a degree in psychology. Where does that leave me on all this?
Are involved in this, okay? And the people that debate this are also multidisciplinary people that have spent their fucking lives researching this. The fact that you have discovered the double helix or the fact that you've made important contributions to certain types of DNA research doesn't give you the authority all of a sudden to speak on things related to.
Okay, but is he automatically wrong just because his research doesn't automatically give him the authority? Can people be correct about things that they're not experts in? So why don't we go down that and actually talk about the claims instead of ad homs?
I never said that. I never said that.
Okay, wait. Okay, someone answer this question. Hold on. Wait, so answer this question. Okay. Then let me hear you. Let me ask you a question over here. If you didn't say that, then why are you surprised when somebody that is held as an esteemed researcher or scientist starts making incredibly irresponsible statements outside of his field of expertise? Why are you surprised when the scientific community would disavow him?
The point being is this. You just said it was an obviously
because he was correct. That's the answer.
Controversial and broad subject.
At least in Nick's view. I don't fucking know.
He offered a view which is heterodox about that subject, and even in spite. And the point was to illustrate that he is not a political operative. He did not march at Charlottesville. He was not the leader of the KKK. This was somebody who was
bring it back home, baby. Bring it back home.
He could not again offer.
I forgot we had this fucking poll. All right, yeah, let's see.
For a contrary opinion on a controversial scientific genetic matter without being completely wiped out. And again, it's not like he wrote a book about it. It's not like he wrote a book about here's why these people are inferior. It's not like he delivered a lecture about it.
Your argument is supporting my point of view. The fact that he was held, the fact that he was subject, the fact that he don't even.
So, like, in this position, Nick should be more direct on why it is that Destiny thinks that it's okay to blacklist somebody for opinions that they don't like. Now, you could make the argument that that's so outside of the pale that we don't want to do. Okay, that can be your answer, but that just goes towards Nick's point.
Let me finish the question.
All right, both of you, please calm down. Asmongold, please go ahead.
Destiny said that the reason that people were against him is because he was talking about something he wasn't educated in. It didn't necessarily have to do with what he was saying was accurate or not.
That's not why he got wiped out. That's not why I get. Noam Chomsky talks about politics. Noam Chomsky's a linguist. Does anybody say you can't have a job in a university because you talk about politics?
I'm just.
And so that's what I was trying to say. That Destiny saying, well, just because you know DNA doesn't mean you know all about genetics. Fair. Just because your focus is DNA does not mean that you can't know about genetics. Do we see the difference?
Well, there's an entirely different concept here. Noam Chomsky's written many books and conducted a fuckload of political research and has also taught politics at the PhD level.
Okay, so let's ask the question about the DNA guy and what he's done in the field of genetics.
To hundreds of, if not thousands of fucking students. So it's a little different.
DNA doesn't mean you know anything about fucking intelligence.
But does it mean that you don't? Yeah, I mean, like, somebody let me know. You guys see the switch that Destiny's doing, right? He's saying, because you know DNA does not mean that you know genetics. Fair. Just because your focus is DNA also does not mean that you don't understand genetics. Maybe, I don't remember his name. Maybe DNA Bro has fucking written a bunch of books about genetics and has given a bunch of lectures about genetics. And the same fucking argument that you're making for your side, you know, like the woke do, you won't apply that to the other side.
Because Noam Chomsky wrote a book about politics doesn't mean
he knows about politics?
Yeah.
Correct. You think everybody who's written a book about politics... I want to show you something, Destiny. Does this mean that she is an expert on politics? She wrote a book on politics. So she's an expert, right? That's your standard. He wrote books on the thing, means he's an expert in the thing. Obviously not. This is about basically the Nick is saying that the guy who discovered DNA made the statement that there is a genetic correlation or whatever with IQ, and according to Nick, that was the reason that he was blacklisted. Now, again, I don't know. I'm just, going based on what we're hearing. So I don't know the ins and outs of that specific thing. But Destiny is trying to make the point that just because you discovered DNA doesn't mean you understand about intelligence and genetics. Again, agreed. But just because you don't, focus on intelligence and genetics, especially if you studied genetics close enough to discover the DNA double helix, then it stands to reason that you might also know some other stuff about genetics, even though it wasn't your focus. So yes, just because you study DNA doesn't mean you understand intelligence in genetics. But you can know things that are not your expertise. If you get something wrong, you shouldn't add them. Exactly.
Bingo.
There you go. That's Nick's point. That's Nick's point. But the lefties over here, well, he's wrong. That's race realism. Okay. And then?
Well, just because Noam Chomsky wrote a book about politics doesn't mean
he knows about politics?
Correct.
Yeah, because he's a fucking linguist, Destiny, by your standards.
No, yeah, but he has published papers relating to political things. Obviously capable of educating people on.
So why isn't the DNA guy in the same category? How do you know that he's not in the same category? You've just decided that you don't agree with him, and so you're justifying that he should be blacklisted.
Politics at institutions.
Not about that. You're missing.
Well, what is really the argument?
Nick's point is merely.
I'm not going to say it again.
Commenting on this, James Watson was destroyed.
Yeah. So here's the point. The point is that somebody who is held in very high regard, somebody who is very important to the scientific community, grossly stepped outside of his lane.
According to who? Grossly stepped out of his lane, meaning what? He made a scientific claim that wasn't his expertise.
His lane and started to offer these explanations, saying that, like, well, the differences in IQ between people is genetic. This was
okay, and so tell me why. I'm not arguing that he should not have been blacklisted. I'm asking you for the reason, Destiny.
It's a horribly irresponsible statement. It empowers the fuck out of Nazi scum like fucking Nick. It is not his area of expertise. It is not something he was able to.
So you don't care if it's true. You just care if it's for you. You don't care if it's true. You just care if it helps you. I think a lot of this comes down to people trying to manage the peace. They're afraid certain factions will create division, but in trying to counter that, they also create division.
Bingo.
Exactly.
Nazi scum like fucking Nick. It is not his area of expertise. It is not something he was able to substantiate in any way, shape, or form. And the fact that you could.
So because Nick isn't a meteorologist, if he says, well, that's a cumulonimbus cloud, he should be blacklisted if he's wrong. Okay, Destiny, that's your standard. Seems pretty authoritarian to me, Mr. Liberal, Mr. Omni-Liberal, but whatever you say.
Continue to appeal to, well, he was really important, only supports my argument. Of course he was a really important figure. That's exactly why people like this shouldn't be making these types of statements.
You're saying that the statement that he made was untrue. Like, on top of it being outside of his area of expertise,
it's not something that he studied.
Differences that were untrue.
It's not something that.
Yes is the answer to the question, Destiny. You can see that he's starting to realize, I don't have as strong as an argument as I want. I just had that guy racist. And that guy's a Nazi. That's the argument. That's not an argument.
He's studied or he's qualified to comment on. Whether or not it's actually true, no one knows the answer right now. It's incredibly heated.
So why is this?
So if nobody knows the answer, then why the fuck is he getting blacklisted?
Here's what I don't understand. Why can't we take away that that honor? Like, why can't we take away that his honorary degree or whatever the fuck they took away from him? Sorry, his honorary titles awarded to him. Like,
that's not.
We could. Why would we? You have yet to give a reason why we would do that.
No, you don't understand the scope of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
He can't get a job anywhere. He had to sell his Nobel Prize. He's universally ostracized in the academic community.
I'm so sorry that people, by and large, have a negative opinion of
the establishment. Doesn't like him, so I mean, I what else do you want me to do? The experts said he's no good. The expert said he's no good, so we only listen to the expert.
People who are talking out of their asses when it
You
comes
don't
to
understand.
racist things,
You're
especially when it's a
unlike yourself.
person in a position of authority
You are
who's
simply
using that
missing the
position of
point.
authority in a dangerously irresponsible manner.
You are
I
missing the
apologize,
point.
but
You're
freedom of
completely
speech
missing
does
the
not
point.
protect you from the freedom of consequences. I mean, there's no such thing as
You're completely missing the point on this.
If it
Complete-
happens to
the
you,
point-
Soros,
This is why basic philosophy is important if you're going to be in these conversations, because you need to have a meta understanding of the conversation. It's not just the point that's being made. It's the way that you are structuring your point in and of itself, so that you can zoom out and say, okay, let's take it away from James Watson and DNA. Let's say that we got this brown guy with long hair and he's a dog trainer. But, sometimes he has some ideas about politics. Some are right, some are wrong, some of them are a little extreme. Why should that person be blacklisted? Oh.
The problem here is that Nick wants that person not to get Nick wants that person not to get fucking banished from society.
Correct, you fucking moron. Correct. Welcome to the conversation.
Not to even get criticized. That's the issue.
Nope. And then you pull that out of your ass.
He can get criticized.
Okay,
but
all right.
Some of us are paying attention, Hasan. Some of us are paying attention. Or maybe we're just not fucking retarded like you. He shouldn't be criticized. There's no difference between criticism and being blacklisted.
Are you going to be the person who's now?
If I go and watch the Avengers at the end of the month and I don't like it, should I be banished from society for voicing an unpopular or controversial opinion? Because that's what you're
Remember when the MCU was good? God damn it.
saying.
It's not simply a controversial opinion, and the fact that you keep conflating it.
Okay, fine. So it's not simply a controversial opinion. Okay, it's a controversial opinion. What is the additive factor that changes it from having a controversial opinion to needing to be blacklisted? This is what I mean about the meta conversation. So you're not saying it's simply a controversial opinion. That means there's something else. It's a controversial opinion with a stacker on top, and because that was accomplished, now we are justified in blacklisting that person. What is the other factor?
The fact that you keep making it seem as though it's like you keep minimizing the impact of saying something like there are genetic differences between intelligence and IQ.
And you're overstating it. Okay. Now what?
A thing that is the justification for the reason why all of these like unfounded fucking scientific things that we threw away, like phrenology and shit, and all the race realism that's now making a comeback with all the white nationalism that we see. The reason why
maybe it has some truth to it.
The reason why it's not just a simple difference in opinion is because it is damaging and it literally fucking justifies the ethno-staters and the violent ethno-staters who want to take action.
So it's not just simply a controversial opinion. It's a controversial opinion that I find icky. Brilliant, Hasan. Just brilliant.
Wow. No, it doesn't. It does not justify anything.
Well, Hasan,
it only justifies what they think if you agree with the premises they set up. Okay?
Well, yeah,
I don't agree with those premises. Surely you don't either, right? So look, right, let's not talk about IQ. Let's talk about height, right?
There you go. Thank you. Somebody who understands how to have a fucking conversation. Fucking professionals up here. You put me on this panel and I'll fucking have this shit sorted out in 25 minutes.
So people have different average heights. This is probably genetic. That's probably just the way things are, right? But that doesn't make them any less human. It doesn't mean
Is Sargon going?
It doesn't make me less human because I'm short. Oh, Sargon, I'm a god. Oh, you won my heart. I thought I was a lesser being.
Full race
less
realism?
human rights.
I think so.
It does. You can sit in denial of whatever this things say, and I don't even know why these things are like that, right? But there is no doubt that there are differences between groups of humans in various different factors.
That is in doubt. That is a highly contentious point,
That's a
Sargon.
fucking stupid thing.
What? Wait, what was it now?
These things are like that, right? In denial of whatever this things say, and I don't even know why these things are like that, right? But there is no doubt that there are differences between groups of humans in
There's no doubt there are differences between groups of humans.
Various different factors.
That is in
matter.
doubt. That is a high.
So Chinese men, on average, aren't shorter than Nordic men?
Stupid.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, they're dancing around because they can't have anything for the real issue, so they gotta pick some bullshit and throw it at the wall. Yeah, they're dancing around the real issue a bit. The left side here is worried about the damage that would happen to society if IQ was established as a genetic issue. And that is a fair worry. However, and I do mean how, and then ever. Shout out to HAW fans. If it is true, then it hurting people's feelings is irrelevant. I personally am not making the statement that it is or is not true. I am saying if it is true, then the damage to society is something that has to be dealt with. I mean, what you want to just lie to people? That's what religion is.
Highly contentious point,
That's a
Sargon.
fucking stupid thing to say, Destiny.
No, that's not.
That's
There
a
are over
really
200.
dumb thing to say.
No. Just because there are some traits
Everybody's all the same
that may or may not be factored related to your fucking genetics doesn't mean that we can say something like intelligence, which is a highly polygenetic
I'm not
trait.
talking about
It's something that can
intelligence,
be
I'm talking about height.
okay. If you want to talk about height, nobody's going to disagree with you. But this is called a
exact. Oh my god. Oh my god. You explicitly said it. We explicitly said it. Well, if you're going to talk about height, it's exactly the same thing as intelligence, but I'm going to agree with you on height, but if I agree with you on the other thing that's completely exactly the same principle, then people might not like me. They're going to think I'm mean. They're going to think I'm mean. I can't believe he just said that. I can't believe he just said that.
Your fucking genetics doesn't mean that we can say something like intelligence, which is a highly polygenetic
I'm not
trait.
talking about
It's something that can be
intelligence, I'm talking about height.
okay. If you want to talk about height, nobody's going to disagree with you. But this is called a Martin Bailey, right?
You just conceded the whole
Got him.
whole point. You've just conceded the whole point.
So wait,
And so then you put the nail in the coffin. Destiny, can you tell me why that agreeing with me that different groups of people have different heights? Can you understand why that is the exact same thing as what James Watson was saying principally? Practically, it's a different statement, but the principle is the same, correct? If not, please tell me the difference. Which he will not be able to do because it's the same principle. He said IQ is genetic, at least to a degree. It's insane to pretend otherwise. He is, in fact, insane. And sucks dicks. Yeah, if you establish it based on race, then it has societal implications. Every trait is probably genetic. Well, yeah, exactly. And so we don't need to hide from reality and truth. Because if we're not all, racists and evil and bigoted and all that, then we can understand that some people are more of this and some people are more of that, and we can make society such that it is as equal for everybody as possible. But pretending that everybody's exactly the same IQ is fucking retarded.
okay, so if somebody were to make the argument, some people could have two hearts and some people could have one heart, and I go, well, what do you mean? You're like, well, some people are taller and some people are shorter. Does that mean
You think that having a second heart is the same thing as being taller than another person?
Stupid.
Let's just sit in this for a minute. Look at Sargon's face. Look at Sargon's face. And actually, look at Asmon's face. Let's just sit in this for a moment. He really just said that. I cannot wait for whatever reply is coming.
Points.
height? Nobody's going to disagree with you. But this is called a Martin Bailey, right?
You've just conceded the whole point. You've just conceded the whole point.
So wait, okay, so if somebody were to make the argument, some people could have two hearts and some people could have one heart, and I go, well, what do you mean? You're like, well, some people are taller and some people are shorter. Does that mean I concede that fucking point?
What?
Of course not. This is a fucking just because there might be
Oh, okay. He does think that having two hearts is the same thing as being taller than somebody else.
variances of height between two different groups. Why isn't this settled? You guys, dude, honestly, you guys should go fucking publish articles in Nature right now because this is such a heated debate. In the
Yeah, some people are taller than other people. Destiny didn't know that. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit.
The research community, you guys could solve it right now. Like, LOL, you guys think that some differences in IQ isn't genetic? Well, just look, some groups of people are taller than others. Oh, I'd solve the whole fucking issue. If only science were that fucking easy. If only science were that fucking easy. Holy shit, why do we waste it?
Oh, honey. Oh, honey, sweetie baby.
So much time to
relax,
educate people.
relax.
We got
Destiny,
22-year-old fucking Nazis on
relax.
fucking YouTube over here that are educating everybody on how intelligence research works.
My mods went, but we got 2 minutes left to keep the party raging.
You're getting so upset about this.
Right? Look at this. Look at this.
Let's go ahead. Let's dial this back for a minute. I think Sargon's argument was that because there are differences like height that are naturally observable that vary between different groups of people based off of their ethnicity, then the assumption would be there could also be other differences besides that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah. It would be foolish to not study me. I deserve to be paid for that. Yeah, don't we all? Don't we all? IQ may be tied to evolution if IQ studies and genetic studies were combined and give incredible value, insight into human evolution and migration. Agreed. As that he's saying that intelligence is not necessarily a simple trait. I think the argument would be that IQ is a lot more than just your IQ value. And that would be fair. But we're not even, like, he's not even there yet. We're just trying, I'm saying we as you know, being on the panel, but we're just trying to get him to the point of understanding that it's not racist, it's not bigoted to say that certain groups of people manifest in different ways. That's it. Whether or not IQ is one of those things is the next question. But he can't get there. He can't get there. Crazy. I'm just putting this out there, guys. I like round numbers. 99 cents gets us to 100 points before Friday. Just saying.
The assumption would be there could also be other differences besides that. Is that what you're saying, Sargon?
I mean, sure, and undoubtedly,
what you're saying.
I think it would be. I think it would be against the theory of evolution if groups of people who had evolved in different situations didn't have physical differences. I think that would be an impossibility. But the point is, it doesn't matter because.
Stop sucking your own dick, Destiny.
I mean, for example, we don't kick people out of our society for being low IQ. We don't kick people out of society for being high IQ or anything. We don't do anything on the
But I think that I know what you're saying, okay, and I can see that line of logic. But I think that you can also very easily concede that if you have some sort of like scientific theory that shows that certain races are dumber than others, that's going to obviously influence the way that people are going to treat and legislate against those different races. I mean,
well, I don't think.
So, well, and Nikki says, when you think about evolution, one of the traits of IQ is adaptability, which would be a trait most suited to evolution in new environments. Bingo. Yep. The fittest does not mean the strongest. The fittest means best able to adapt. That's what it is. And that's why a lot of people, when you hear, specifically religious people, hear evolution, oh, you think you turned in, you came from a monkey? You think you turned a fish turned into you? If that's your understanding of evolution, I got some actual children's content for you as to how evolution actually works. My goodness. My goodness. Wait. What time is it? Let's fucking go! Oh, so we made $78. That's what 35, 36, 39 push-ups. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like the prophet reborn. A voice runs in fire, a mind on is gone. The chaos watches with an obstinate glare. Guardian of reason and
real quick. Fuck. You guys, I should have done this before I went to. We got another day. All right. Will you guys be around for 4th of July? Will you guys be around for 4th of July? If so, would it be better for afternoon or evening? Because I want to do a stream, but I know everybody's got a bunch of, everybody's going to be at barbecues and stuff. So let me know. Are you going to be around? And afternoon or night? Which one is better? All right. 39 push-ups. Let's go.
Overlord stalls at the edge of the frame. The faithful rise up. They already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church to bring the fed. Overall slow illusions, no hollow in the bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. He stands in the fall of a world misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, lazy thought from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot and declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the sword, command, face the judgment. The Lord will give his bed on his growl, rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trinity keeps the bell is right. I'm here to resurrect. Let's go. Second coming of common sense. Between the chaos of unpretenders. Strong against weakness, but in defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
What? Oh, God! Hell yeah! Big shout out to all of the donations. We got 2. Again. Yes, thank you. So very, very much. Get me to be a little less puny. Get Morty a little bit more happy with the peanut butter. Thank you so very, very much. Hey guys, go check out the Substack. Again, you might have to sign in just to like give your email, but you shouldn't have to use Substack, the app, at all. It should just be a thing that goes to your email. If you can't figure it out, fucking ChatGPT it or Grok it or some shit. Figure it out. It's not complicated. Yeah, so that's just because there's a lot of fucking Indians. Based on IQ. He's a social scientist. Yep. Happy Treason Day to America. You should stream fireworks. No, we don't like fireworks. Marty doesn't like that. Yeah, remember the 5th of November. I've seen that movie, but a good movie to watch for, I don't know. I'm tired. I'm beat. Holy fuck. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I cannot tell you. Ooh, that's a little bit of a deep burn. It's a deep burn. Thank you so very, very much. Again, I did put up a poll on the community tab about 4th of July. I would like to do something, but I mean, you gotta let me know if there's just like 3 or 4 votes or something, or people ain't gonna be around. Then I'm gonna get high and hang out with my dog and see if the neighbors got a barbecue going or some shit. But I'd much rather hang out with you guys. So let me know. And then you know what? I'll put that thing in the chat right now before we go. So that boom. And then David, if you're over there still on Rumble, that is the poll to let me know. Right now, looks like only 4 votes, but 2 people said they'll be around all day. Somebody said they have plans in the afternoon, but available at night. And then one person said no. So let me know. That zapped me, bro. That zapped me. But thank you so very, very much for hanging out with me. And of course, the Overlord. I know you guys can be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are, and it means the world. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Again, big shout out to all of the donations, and just for you guys being here, I really do appreciate it. Going into Friday with 98 points on the board. I hope we get a movie night, because I love hanging out with you guys. Thank you so very, very much. Where is he? He's ready to go. That is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look presentable. We are out of here. Peace.